Good morning, guys. Hope you guys are well today. All right. Dude, I wasn't drunk yesterday. I don't drink at all. I'm not a drinker, like at all. Like the last time I actually drank was at the last, or no, was the beach trip we went on like 4 months ago. I'm just not a drinker. I think if I was a drinker, I don't think I'd be able to get up for this stream every day. I mean, I'm up before 5:30 my time every morning, every single morning before 5:30 in the morning. So if I was drunk, I don't think I'd be able to handle that, to be completely honest. You know. I know, but now the whole chat's talking about it. But good morning, guys. We got some stuff moving today. So we have Any as the biggest mover right now. Any is running up pretty big, actually. I mean, you can see it's at 580s. It's a pretty big move for Any. We're definitely watching it. All right, guys. So let me know what your favorite stocks are right now. It's not a bad day. Honestly, Any's looking pretty solid. I forgot to switch my gap list over to all, but yeah, here's my gap list. I figure I can have just this little light here, and then as the sun comes up, you guys can see the sunrise. John probably body slammed his trading rig, running off a one. Honestly, my trading setup is the coolest setup I've got. Look, I gotta show you guys. I really have to show you guys my trading setup. This is the coolest trading setup I ever had. You know, Orange Beach, Alabama is where we went, and this was like 3 months ago. I streamed on the beach when we went. AMC reports earnings this morning. Does it really? Wow, I'm out of the loop there. Got to be on that. Let me see. What time this morning? All right, so I'm showing that they're showing second quarter earnings in 3 days on August 9th after the market closes. Not today is what I'm showing. So I'm showing earnings is August 9th. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Good morning, guys. That's cool. What's up, Hammer? Hey, what's up, Daniel? Good morning, brother. Good morning, man. So can anybody confirm when AMC is doing earnings? I am showing AMC's earnings are not until the I'm showing AMC earnings and not until late. Hey, Tommy, my man. Hey, we got to do push-ups today too, bro. Today is push-up day, sir. So, hey, we have to do it. Yeah, Google says the 9th. What I'm showing is the 9th as well. So, my man over here, Mr. DeSoto, saying AMC reporting earnings this morning. I believe you are wrong, sir. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe that is incorrect. I believe it's Monday. But hey, thank you, man. Shout out to that's 461 push-ups. And I think I'm gonna have to do most of these today because Carol's busy. Well, what's the other symbol then? DeSoto. Yeah. Yeah, I'm showing August 9th as well. So yeah, it'll be sometime. But thank you, Tommy. Hey, yes, sir. Hey, let's do it. But yeah, you see A and Y ripping up here. If we can look up the catalyst for A and Y. But A and Y is up. They announced an agreement yesterday in after hours, an agreement to acquire exclusive rights for assignment of cryptocurrency mining assets. They did not discuss the terms, but they announced an agreement to acquire exclusive rights for assignment of cryptocurrency mining assets. Is what this is. And so this is A and Y's catalyst here. Let me go ahead and put the A and Y symbol on so you guys know it's A and Y. But yeah, there's the symbol for A and Y there. Again, they announced the agreement to acquire exclusive rights for assignment of cryptocurrency mining assets. They did not discuss the terms, and we're going to see what happens with A and Y. It's gapping up some. It's definitely my favorite one. Looking into the actual fundamental numbers behind it, it's got only 19 million in the float. Oh my gosh. Oh, dude. That is gross. Mm. Oh man, I gotta find another caffeine. Truth. I gotta find another caffeine because that one is not good at all. That one's terrible, man. Absolutely terrible, bro. You know, and it's honestly really interesting because it's honestly really unfortunate. I got a lot of people that commented after yesterday's live stream regarding AMC. And like we just kind of went back and forth. It was a reasonable discussion, but looking at these people, these are like moms, you know. Okay, so basically they commented on my video yesterday. And they commented on my video yesterday, and we just kind of went back and forth with them, and I wasn't rude. Basically, they said, I saw this mom basically say, I am averaged in at AMC at $12, so it doesn't matter. I have a goal to reach to pay off my house, and when I get to that, I will sell. My price is my price. Not selling is making a social statement on changing the stock market to be fair and equitable. I get that. And so my response to her, and my response to the other person that said, I'm also averaging in at $12 for AMC, so it doesn't matter to me to hold for the time being, but you can't say that the movement hasn't affected the market. With the type of exposure in MSM and all the recent changes and policies in the financial world, it is actually doing something rather than nothing for the retail investor. We all like to make money, but sometimes it's good to make change. Only risk what you're willing to lose. He went around and edited his after he responded to me. And so I responded to him and I said, look, man, do what you want to do. I'm not against that. Like, make your money, sir. You know what I mean? Regarding AMC, like, make your money, man. My only thing about it is, like, I think one of the biggest lies that some of the WSB crew has been told is that it's not about the money. Of course it's about the money, man. You should never. What are you holding for the 16% of short float hedge funds that are in there? That's not a huge amount. You're not punishing anybody there. You know what I mean? I told him, I said, look, the biggest lie some of them convinced you is that it isn't about the money. Of course it's about the money. I'm sure Holding is really going to stick it to the 16% short float and 400 million float of AMC. Ultimately, it's up to you all, of course. Good luck. You know what I mean? That's what I told him. Like, look, it's up to you. Good luck. I hope you make money, man. But there's just a lot of people that are convinced to just never sell. Like, it's sad for me to hear people that have jumped in AMC at $15 and $20 and they just have dummies on the internet. When AMC goes up to $70 and $80, they have dummies. I don't think they're dummies. I think they have dummies sitting there telling them, don't sell, don't sell. And so they have a stock that's gone up almost 900% on them, maybe about 500%. They've got a stock that's gone up 500-600% on them, and they haven't taken profits. It's unfortunate. And now they're sitting back at 30s. and they're just sitting there like, oh, well, I'm holding forever. Good for you. But you're not punishing anybody. There's not really AMC. Listen, what ultimately fundamentally changed the stock market was GameStop. GameStop squeeze changed the stock market. AMC squeeze has been relatively insignificant. It was a smaller squeeze, and it's kind of back down to where it was before. AMC's not changing the market. GameStop is what changed the market. If we're looking at it objectively here, GameStop is the initial squeeze that brought everybody to the market, and the AMC is just kind of the afterflow. So we'll see what happens, but
doesn't mean anything bad. It just means that you're special.
Okay, wait, this is the special song. We gotta change this. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't realize this was the set. Oh my gosh, get out of here with the song, bro. This song is so crazy, dude. There we go. I'm sorry. One of a kind. We'll play that for my 7-year-old. He'll love it. No, I'm talking about the AMC talk we had yesterday, and I think it's relevant. I think it's relevant. We're going to talk about AMC's movement every day. AMC made a huge rip up, so we can talk about some positive things. AMC's up big, Right. If you don't sell, eventually you'll lose. Most squeeze plays are 30% float on a small cap. Right, but people don't understand. Like I said, they've been sold something and they're just going to keep on buying it, and that's cool. They're just being manipulated into it, unfortunately, and it is what it is. But we got some other stuff to gap it up today. We do have ATHX that looks okay. It's a Friday, guys, so we had a pretty nice $100 plus day yesterday. Yeah, that's the biggest thing I want with mine. I might upgrade mine. Hustle Hard. He said, "Hey John, what do you think about the Samsung Z Fold 3? I reserved one. How's yours holding up?" Mine is holding up great. It's my favorite phone I've ever had in the world, bro. It's my favorite phone I've ever had in the world. It's an amazing phone, and it's super useful. Like, super useful. Like Benzinga, Weeble through it. Just amazing here. Amazing. Like being able to trade stocks from my phone and then close it up and say hello. It's amazing, man. This phone's awesome. I'm really, this phone's the coolest phone I've had in a while for sure. What's up, Uncle Smokey? You want to go live today? What do you mean? But no, it's a good phone, man. It's surprisingly sturdy. Hustle Hard is what it is. Of course. Yeah, that's the silly part, Juan, But people like what they like, and I'm not mad at them for it. And that's what I told him. I said, look, man, do y'all's thing. Good luck. I hope it works out for them. I don't want to see. I just think that, okay, you have to have a goal in mind, and not a goal of I'm going to pay off your house. The market doesn't care what you want. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference, is that the market simply doesn't care if you want to pay your house off or not. It's not about what you want in the stock market. It's about what's reasonable and feasible about the stocks you're holding. That's what it's really about, and that's why you need to calculate your reward target before you enter the trade, not some obscure, I want to pay off my house number. No sense. Makes 0 sense, But again, a lot of people are sold on, we're sticking it to the 16% short float hedge funds in AMC. It's like 108. And I told him that. I said, look, GameStop, 120%. short float. I said 16% short float in AMC, not super high. GameStop, for instance, had 120% and only squeezed to 500 with a 40 million float, which means it will be literally 10 times. I said AMC has a 400 million float, which means it'll literally be 10 times harder to get big percentage moves and squeezes. I know lots are new to the market, but these are the real numbers. Please look at both sides. Good luck. I hope you do well. You know. What's up, Chef Petty? I'm gonna have to go find myself some coffee today, guys. Let me know what else you like. We do have ATHX popping up here. And ATHX is up 16% today. 200 million float in ATHX. The reason it is up is because they had positive data for their multi-cell therapy in ARDS. So this is ATHX's catalyst. Here's ATHX's catalyst. Again, they're rising on positive data for their multi-stem cell therapy and ARDS. Hey, nice, Uncle Smokey. Hey, what did you mean go live today, bro? You talking about coming live on here? You talking about me going live on your channel? You talking about collabing, bro? Here, I'm gonna message you on Twitter, dude. Okay, cool. So you're off today? Yeah. And this is what I hear. Honestly, look, I'm not trying to engage with the AMC crew. I'm really not. But like, it's like, hey, the float's 16%, or the short float's 16%. The float's 400 million. How are we going to get a big crazy squeeze again? And then it comes out, and then they come out saying there's billions of synthetics out there. It's just kind of like, no, there's not. Like, y'all get out of here with that. You know what I mean? Y'all get out of here. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, Martin? Good morning, man. CVM. Any dropped news after hours yesterday? Yeah, so the news on ANY is that they announced to acquire exclusive rights for the assignment of cryptocurrency mining assets. They did not discuss the terms. Bitcoin today, guys, is moving up, and it looks great. It had a great move super early yesterday. Bitcoin had this big rip yesterday morning. Up to over 41, and now it's just kind of chilling there now. So we'll see what happens. I mean, do you really know that for sure, Salty? I heard they found 8 more AMC synthetics yesterday at the bottom of a Doritos bag. Hey, honestly, okay. I say all this stuff, but I'm still holding a few shares of AMC. And so, apes, listen, if you're out there, I'm not mad at you. I think there's still a possibility for a squeeze. And to be honest, with AMC as low as it is, I might buy a little bit more today. You know what I mean? And this is going to anger, I know, half of my community, I understand. But like, listen, for me, it is about the money. You know, we can pull the whole, it's not about the money, it's a movement thing. But for me, it's certainly 100% about the money. And if I think AMC's cheap, I'm going to buy it. And maybe I'll buy it. I've got the money too. I mean, because it's always about the money, you know. Can y'all hear the music? Music's not playing? No music? Yeah, but what I'm just saying, yeah, well, what I'm saying though is that you don't know when he's exited. You don't know when that dude's gotten out. He's not going to tell you. You don't know when he sold his shares. You know what I mean? And he has a conflict of interest on not telling you when he has. You know? I don't know, Forrest Gump. We'll see, bro. Right, 100%. Okay, so music is there? All right, cool. Right, exactly, man. Appreciate the honesty should be the message here. Exactly. Like, listen, I'm trying to stay objective. And I understand I have an obligation, a fiduciary obligation to my viewers to look out in their best interest at all times. And I really do feel that way. I feel like somebody like me in the trading space has a fiduciary obligation. And if you don't know what that means that I have an obligation to look out in my chat's best interest at all times. You know what I mean? It's a real estate term, or really it's a business term for clients where, like, your lawyer, for instance, has a fiduciary agreement or a fiduciary obligation to look out in your best interest at all times, in his client's best interest at all times. And I feel like I have the same for you guys. You know, and like that's why. Right. My neighbor's buying pizza. Listen, I'm okay with my neighbor buying pizza, Joel, but it better not be pineapple pizza, bro. That's all I'm saying, dude. Look, I'm cool with pizza. I got beef if you buy pineapple pizza, no pun intended, bro. You put pineapple on pizza, we got beef, dude. You know, I know that's half the chat. I don't care. I'll say it. Pineapple is unnatural on pizza. I don't like it. It's unnecessary. And trust me, my whole family, every time we buy pizza, my kids have to get, my wife and my daughter really is who it is. My son and I are like, you know, we pulled the Drake, you know, but my daughter and my wife every time get pineapple pizza on everything, you know. So shots fired if you get pineapple pizza. Hey, what's up, David? Hey, good morning, brother. Yeah, that's what it is, Daniel. You know it. Hey, Daniel, next week, you want to come over, bro? You can come over, dude. Hang out, man. Not that it matters, but how old are you, Daniel? I can't remember. You know, you can come over with, listen, bro, whether you're 20 or whether you're 70, you can come over here, bro. You know what I mean? I'm just curious. If you don't mind me asking, if you want to email me or message me on Discord, that's cool too. I don't mind. I know that might be a rude question. You know what I mean? Sorry. Okay, 40 is reasonable. You're not that much older than me. Okay, cool. Chris Hansen. Bid not 80. John, scheduling a play day, bro. I hate the word play day, dude. My daughter makes fun of me because I hate the word play date. I think it's the most cringy word ever. And the only reason I hate it is because my wife and kids use it. My wife Carol's all the time scheduling play dates. You want to schedule a play date with them? Yeah. Play date, ha ha ha. You know, I hate that word. Yes, I have. That's delicious, Martin. I'll say that. That tastes good. You know, grilled pineapple is great. It just doesn't go on pizza. Tomato sauce and pineapple ain't right. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. All right, so Bitcoin, huge rips, up to over 40,000, and I'm holding a position in Bitcoin. Dude, honestly, I'm holding money in places I haven't remembered in years. You know? Yeah, that is good. We could go there. All right, so any pulling back to the VWAP here. Honestly, I'm super pumped though, man. Look at my results. I was showing Carol these results. So I was like breaking these results down. With Carol. Like this is the most profitable I have ever been in trading, and it feels amazing. Guys, I gotta say, it feels amazing. I was showing Carol these results, and Carol was like, yeah. And because I don't know what to do, because here's the question, right? The question is, do I scale up by depositing more money and try to double or triple the money I'm making now? Or do I just try to use this account and let it grow organically from this account? What do you guys think? Because that's the real question. Because that's what I showed. I was like, look, these are my actual results. You know, I'm averaging 4 losing days a month. You know what I mean? My profit factor is about 2 to 1. If we go to my win versus loss days, we're running 84%. You know what I mean? And so out of 25 trading days, we are winning on 21 out of 25 trading days, guys. Nah, I mean, not even. Well, I'm using the full 35, Qualius. I'm using the full 35, but I'm definitely not using all of my day trading buying power. I'm certainly not using all that. So let me block this real quick so you can't see exactly how much. So yeah, they are giving me. Hold on. Yeah, they are giving me. Right now, currently, I have about $32,000 in this account, and they are giving me $127,000 to trade with. So I'm not even using anywhere close to that. So in day trading buying power, they're giving me 4 to 1, which is really nice. Thank you, TD Ameritrade. I appreciate that. You know? All right, so any pulling back to the VWAP, let's see if it actually holds. I do see another one show up on the list today that we have to add. It's KXIN. KXIN is ripping up in pre this morning. Let's see why. So here's KXIN. It's up 25%. We're going to go ahead and add it to our ticker scroller. Um, all right, so let me add this to my scroller here, and let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think I should add the money myself, or do you think I should let it grow organically? Uh, I'm thinking about it both ways. All right, so there we go. We added KXIN to the list, and KXIN is ripping here. So good volume in pre, making nice movement here for KXIN. Ultimately, we'll have to wait and see what happens to it. Yeah. SDZ, we are having Uncle Smokey come on the stream today, sir. So if you're wondering what's going on, yeah, I think letting it grow will probably be best. And I showed her, like, look, like I am making over the last 30 days, I am making since July. Again, I mean, we have made roughly $1,700, and so if I let this grow organically, you know what I mean, we're going to be making 20,000 a year, maybe. 20,000 a year, maybe. So I'm really excited for that. And yeah, if we could just add money to it. The goal is to get big. Like my goal is to where I can make. To be honest, though, the reality is I don't need to add money to this account if I want to scale up my size. And like that's the dynamic that I really wanted to ask the chat about. I don't need to scale up, or I don't need to add money to this account if I wanted to take larger sizing. Like I can take larger sizing now if I wanted to. It's just it's hard. It's hard to take larger sizing when you're not used to it. So let me know what you think about it. Everybody is a guru when the market is going up. Yeah, but okay. That's not relevant to me, David. The old saying is everybody's a guru when the market is going up. The market, to be honest, I have heard of so many. Okay, listen, I am day trading right now, bro. And so whether the market's going up, down, or sideways is relatively insignificant. A lot of the money that I'm making is actually on the short side, brother. So I'm making money on the short side. And the reality is it's not been a super favorable market. And I'm still green. The last few weeks have not been super favorable. I've heard a lot of people lost a ton of money since June. Like if you look on Twitter, this song is called Pineapples, guys. Pineapple. I'm dedicating it to pineapple pizza. Anyways. I'm actually shorting the market. And so regardless of whether the market goes up, down, or sideways, it doesn't matter. The market's also been incredibly tough lately. And so the market has been incredibly tough since June. I've gone on Twitter and I've seen a lot of big time traders say, hey, I've lost a bunch of money since June. June and July have been incredibly difficult months for trading. And so I think that I don't think that I'm just being lucky here. I think it's really hard to be this lucky. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think this is pure luck, guys. I mean, I think that discredits me a little bit. No offense. I think that it would be incredibly difficult to be this lucky. Okay. And I think I just have a profitable scalping system that works, and we're going to see what happens with it. Yeah. And then Cheddar says, yep, I'm actually down quite a bit since May. Yeah. Trend traders are having trouble. Trend traders are struggling in this market. They have been, at least. And that's okay. I mean, listen, every month's not going to be a good month for you. And that's something that you got to condition yourself to understand and react to. Yeah, AMC did rip yesterday, Martin. It did rip for sure. Joel says, for myself, I've had to adjust to taking slightly larger sizing over time instead of just jumping off the deep end. Yeah, me too. That's how I am as well. I don't like just going big. Yeah, trend traders always have trouble over the summer months, and that's what it seems like. I mean, trend trading is just difficult in these summer months. It's just hard. It's just a hard thing. There's not a lot of good trends to attack. I mean, I've found some trends, but most of the time, you guys got to understand. In my trading, I hate to say this, two-way will love me saying this, but in my day trading, I have found the most success in the system short. There, I said it. I have found most of my success in the system shorting stocks. I said it. I get it. Everybody hates me now. I'm a hedge fund spy. I short stocks and I make money doing it. I'm sorry. Yeah, AMC run it up, guys. So AMC is running up. It looks good. Like I said, I'm thinking about buying a little bit more. I'm not saying you should. I don't know whether you should or not. I'm thinking about it here. Let me open up my Webull account and see what we got. Huh? Okay, where's my positions? I got a message from Webull yesterday, and Webull sent me a message saying that I outperformed the SPY last month. Doing big things. Yeah, AMC's ripping up. AMC up to 34.40s right now, guys. AMC making moves. Huge rips. People get mad when I talk about it, but it's the reality. AMC's ripping up, guys. What do you want me to say? Doing good things. Here's the question. Honest answer on where you think AMC is going, guys. Where do y'all think AMC is going here? Right, exactly, Jason. And the reality is, shorting for me has been a way more profitable way of trading. And what I used to say, and what a lot of people used to say about shorts, is that going long is like taking the stairs. Going short is like taking the elevator. Because emotion is so much more prevalent when you're short or when a stock is moving down, right? And so by that logic, when you're profiting off of emotional moves like momentum, then shorts are going to be more effective because they're a more emotional side. When I exit a long position, I'm very emotional if I'm losing. If I have to jump out of a losing position, I'm very emotional. When I'm holding a position and it's going down, I'm incredibly emotional. And so it would make sense that shorting has a little bit more follow through in momentum, at least from what I've experienced so far. And again, I can't say it's for certain, but let's look at things like AMD yesterday, which is where I made most of my money. AMD, beautiful downward trends. My favorite thing to attack, and I even told Two this, and Two-Way even said that they were looking at shorting it too. But so we had this move down. So I even told, so Two-Way messaged me yesterday, and Two-Way messaged me, and he said that they were looking at shorting AMD yesterday, and I told him me too. And then I told him exactly what I was planning on doing. I said, if it moves up initially and then pulls back to the lows, that's where I'm shorting. Talked about it on stream, and so this is exactly what we got. So what we got with AMD is we got to move down to these lows, and then we got to pop up. I shorted into this pop-up and covered on this crash here. Very profitable way to do it. And then I did it again after that. And so this is a very profitable way to trade. It's one of my favorite short positions. And then we test these lows again. Anytime we pull back to this low and test it, I start looking to short into a bounce, right? So when we get bounces like this, that is where I'm shorting into. I'm shorting into these little pops. And then I'm covering about half the position at the bottom. So I'm covering about half of the position here. And then if it really breaks, or I'm covering half the position, here. And then if it breaks down further, great. And if it moves up like this, I'm fine. But that is what I'm doing. It's a very profitable way to trade. And there's just more follow through and stuff like that. Well, no, I mean, Jeff, I was just asking the traders here what they thought. I value, to be honest, I value what my community thinks. I'm very proud of the community we have here. And I like I said, I genuinely think it's a good group of traders. I've tried to run a channel that doesn't sell content, that doesn't sell a course, that doesn't sell its own service. You know what I mean? And that just keeps it completely free while giving traders the real knowledge, the real information. And that's what we're doing here. And I'm really proud of the community we've built. And so I value what the community says, Jeff. You know what I mean? I'm not asking them. I'm asking them because I want to know what they think. Yeah, Hood being down some big. I don't know, man. With Hood, I don't know. I like this level. I think $50 is good. I might buy a little bit of Hood for a swing trade or something like that on Weeble, maybe. Hey, of course I value you guys, Corey J. Of course, dude. But yeah, any guys, we got Hood. Hood, I'm looking at $50. I think Hood might bounce at $50, and that's where I'm really ultimately watching for. We also have got AMC here, and AMC's at 34s now, and it looks fine. Like I said, as long as AMC can hold over $30, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think AMC is fine as long as it can hold over 30. Wait, what, Olivia? What happened? Why so dark in your office? I mean, I just like keeping it dark the way I see it. Yeah, hey, I know IG. I know, bro. I gotta accept that, dude. I gotta accept that. I secretly hate all of you, Justin. You know it. What do y'all think of this music? I've kind of vibed with this music. I thought it was really cool. We got NBRV pushing up. NBRV up to 130s. Right now we got ANY, KXIN moving, pulling about to 2. Let's see if this bounces at $2 right here. Let's see if it bounces right here. I think it will. That's the $2 bounce. Let's see if it does. And then if it, the next step is for it to get over the view up. We got WPRT making moves as well. Not a ton of volume here. We're also going to have a guest today. You guys might know him. We're going to wait to announce him when he hops on the stream. But we have a guest today. He can't afford it, Holistic. He certainly can't afford it. I'm not even trying to brag. I'm just saying it's a good thing. He can't afford these houses. You know, I just know he can't. All right, so here's a question on the AMC over 30 call. For how long? Do you think AMC over 30 for the next 10 years or AMC over 30 for the next 10 days? I mean, to be completely honest, I'm thinking short term. I don't know about long term. I'm not super confident long term on anything regarding AMC. And I hate to say this. I know we're going to have some apes that get mad at me and all that stuff, but like I'm really just not super confident on the long term direction. You know, we'll have to wait and see. Weber IPO? What is Weber? I've never heard of that, man. I don't even know anything about Weber IPO. But right now, AMC rip it up. It's doing it. Weber, the IPO grill. Let's check it out. All right, so there's Weber. Yeah, so this was an IPO yesterday. And it did pretty solid. I mean, Weber IPO yesterday did pretty solid. You know, we're also looking at MMAT. You know, MMAT sitting back up there at 320. So we're keeping an eye on that, seeing if it can hold over that 315 level that has been confirmed so much. And we're watching that. AMC rip it up. It's at 3460s, guys. Yes, sir. Hey, AMC and MMAT are moving. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, let me turn the lights on. I did get everything set up here. Check this out, guys. All right, so we got my office set up. Check it out. Look at this. We got the office set up. The market cap versus sales is really favorable. All right, yeah, we had to switch on the lights. I kind of wanted to leave it dark so you guys could catch the sunset, but you know, it's all good. I told you guys I'd fill this bookshelf up. I told you guys I had enough books too. I still have books left. I got books I don't know where to put, you know. Yeah, I still got a bunch of books. Hey, thank you, Holistic. She said, Holistic, I'm trying to figure out how to reference you because I always say bro or dude, and if you're a female, I don't want to say bro or dude. I would just rather say hey, you know. But regardless, I appreciate that very much. They said, John, you clearly have the best channel. It doesn't matter. Just how do you want me to reference you? John, you clearly have the best channel to watch in the morning. I really enjoy spending time here. Very informative, and you present it in a fun way. Hey, thank you, Holistic. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Hey, thank you, Kyle. Hey, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm a guy that uses my wife's account. All right, so I can call you bro. All right, bro. Thank you, man. Or sun, the sunrise. I mean, Jason is what I meant because it's still dark. Look, it's still dark over here. You know. It's still dark over here. John, so when we scalp, can we do it up also, or do you only play pullbacks? So Martin, I scalp everything, brother. I scalp everything. My main goal, and we're going to talk about my system. We're going to do a system review here. And so we're going to do a system review, and we're going to talk about some scalping strategies, and we're going to look at the strategies that I use in the market to profit. All right, so that's what we're going to do right now. So just stick around and listen, guys. Stick around and listen. All right, so what I do in the stock market, is very simple. I look for pullbacks after sentiment changes and emotional moves. Okay, and we do this through a number of different ways. What's some stocks that moved yesterday? Let's talk about it. What are some stocks that moved yesterday, guys? Let me know. Hey, thank you, Salish. Hey, I appreciate it, bro. What are some stocks that moved yesterday? Plug. My stream on load. I'm sorry, ZY. What did I trade yesterday is really what I wanted. But let me look at my stats. I uploaded my stats to the Trader View yesterday. So let's just look at what I traded so we can see the actual trades I got involved with. So yesterday was August 5th. We're going to just filter that to only then. So we traded Apple, Disney, AMD, Hood, AMD, and BCRX. All right, so let's look at Apple. All right, so we are trading emotional moves here. Okay, that's what you have to think about. We're thinking of emotional moves. All right, and so there's a few here that we took advantage of, and this is them. All right, so what we did here with Apple is that we waited for sentiment changes. Sentiment changes are huge parts of the current system I'm using. They're huge parts of this system. Is sentiment changes. We're looking for the entire sentiment to change, the entire direction, if you will, to change. So with Apple here, just to zoom in, with Apple here, if we're looking at Apple and Apple is downward trending, you know, Apple is downward trending like this. We're looking for that sentiment to change. And so we're looking for a quick reversal back up and then we're buying these pullbacks, and we're really playing it off of this support level here. That's all we're really doing. So my strategy will usually look like a Z, okay? Because I am buying at the very end of the Z on this pullback a lot of the time. Or I think I also played with Apple yesterday. I played these pullbacks here. So another pullback I will take is a micro range pullback is what I call it. I don't know what else to call it. I'm going to have to review it in a video, but I call it a micro range pullback. And what it is that when we have this range here, when we have this range right here to show you guys, and this is with anything, with penny stocks, with mid and high caps, with all that stuff, right? When we have this range right here that you can see, here's the range. This is the range. You can see the range. When we have that range, guys, when we have that range, we're looking for moves up to test the range, and then we're buying pullback. So we're looking for multiple confirmations in range, and then we are buying this micro pullback at the high here. So we're looking for a little pullback here, and we are buying into the micro pullback. And so this is a trade we actually got involved with. We bought this pullback here, and it ripped up after that. Okay, so micro range pullbacks, again, we look for something to consolidate in a range for a little bit, and then after it's been doing that for a while, and we think it's going to break out of that range, we buy this pullback, or we buy the pullback right after the range break. And it's a really powerful way to trade. It works really, really well, guys, really, really well. Hey, yeah, smash that like button, guys. Hey, what's up, Eric? Hey, good morning, sir. Good morning, brother. You are like a psychologist. Thank you, I think. I don't know. ZY has been moving on negative news, but that's one of the systems that we'll take. And again, the main thing we're looking to take advantage of here, though, guys, regardless of that micro pullback, that range micro pullback, regardless of that, the main strategy we're really taking advantage of is sentiment changes. So we get a big downward move. We're looking for that sentiment to change to the upside. So we're looking for a big move up and then buying on these pullbacks, riding the bounce, buying on these pullbacks, riding the bounce, buying on this pullback, riding the bounce. That's really what we're doing, is we're attacking a trend after a sentiment change, because the sentiment change will reinforce the trend, right? Because the longer something stagnates in a specific trend, the less reliable it is for me to scalp. So once we get a big, broad sentiment change that everybody sees, then we can start attacking the upward trend. And again, we're doing that through buying pullbacks here, here, and here. All right, those are the strategies we're attacking in the system, and then we're moving on to the next one. And we'll do this over and over and over again as long as the stock is maintaining a trend like this. You know, you can see Apple maintained a beautiful trend throughout this entire time here, and we were able to capitalize on it and just attack this trend, buy pullbacks, scalp at the top of the range, buy at the bottom, scalp at the top over and over and over again. And that's really what most of the scalping system entails. We also did it on AMD on the downside. And so again, when you can have a stock that is identifying the specific trend really, really obviously, then there's a lot of money to be made, because you can just attack this trend on the downside too. And so I hope that makes sense. Yeah, you're probably talking about this pullback here that you're shorting into and covering at the bottom, right? All right, what's up, Ronisha? Good morning. Yeah, for sure, Martin. We're definitely trading on people's emotions, sir. Hey, that's right. Smash that like button. Hit that subscribe button. BTBT? AMC? Yeah, AMC, BTBT running up. You know, AMC up to 34.50s. Like I said, I'm considering buying it again. You know, I don't know how long I want to hold it, but we're considering buying it again. And what happened, Daniel? Somebody got timed out? Who got timed out? Yeah, let me check the regular stream, I guess. Timed out. How's my volume? What about this pullback here that you're shorting into and covering at the bottom, right? Sound says good. Yeah, my system certainly takes practice and takes time to be good at 100%. Oh, let me see. No, I mean, honestly, Daniel, you did a good job. putting them in timeout. They seemed a little scammy. I mean, maybe they're not, you know what I mean? But they seemed a little scammy to me, you know? Anytime I hear somebody try to sell me on, hey, do you guys want to earn $20,000 in the next 5 seconds through my system? Do it now. All right. I don't know, Eric. I don't know, bro. I don't even know if I don't even know if we're gonna work. I don't even know if AMC is gonna go up, brother. I don't know. Right, dude started with, you want to make $200 in 10 minutes? I mean, I do, but I'm not through him. Do it now. Yeah. All right, guys. Oh man, it's starting to. The sun's starting to come up. Look at it. Sun's starting to come up. There we go. Yeah, how you feeling about ASRT? AMC, let's see what happens. So let's document the levels real quick for AMC. So I'm seeing one major level right here at 34.13. That's a big level that we're definitely paying attention to, and we definitely want to watch here. We're also looking at these highs up there at 34.75. I think 34.75, that's a level I want to see it over, and we're going to see what happens. But this is the range currently I'm watching. I think $35 specifically, if we can get up there, is a big psychological level. It's halfway to 40, basically. And I think a lot of traders are paying attention to these kind of half and whole dollar levels, and the half 10s and half 20s and all that good stuff. So I think a lot of people are paying attention to those. We're just going to have to wait and see. All right. Get the music. There got to be more music than that, right? Let's just listen to music like this. See what shows up. All right. Bro, every time I go on PayPal, every time it makes me do my authenticator app, and like it never, I always say trust this device, but it never does. Stupid. All right, guys, so we got AMC. AMC's at 34.45. Where's Specula? All right. All right. Any opinion on WPRT? The Pro camera? What's the Pro camera investment on your next stock suite? We have a 4K camera that we use. AFC, rip it up. Let's see if it holds at 34. What do we think of WPRT? I think WPRT is interesting. Now, I need some more volume into the opening bell, but we're still watching it. You know, we're still paying attention to it for sure. So let's see if we can find the catalyst for WPRT here. All right, so this is positive second quarter sales results. So they had positive second quarter sales results according to Benzinga. That is causing the bullish sentiment on them today. We could go ahead and post this here so you guys can see it. This is the catalyst for WPRT. Again, they are trading high after the company reported better than expected second quarter EPS and sales results is what this is. I don't know. I kind of vibe to this music. I don't know what it is, but I kind of like it, you know. Don't hate the music. But yeah, WPRT's gapping up. Needs a little bit more volume. Positive second quarter EPS and sales results. We got KXIN, which, you know, held at $2. So, I mean, did we not say $2, guys? I mean, sheesh, dude. How good am I, man? I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, toot my own horn or anything. But, man, how good am I, bro? Did I not say $2? Or did I not say let's see it bounce at $2? Look at me, man. I'm just on point. Hey, Justin said, hey, I'm thinking about starting a YouTube channel documenting my mortgage-free house build. I don't have the time or patience video editing, so we're just going to do live streams. Any suggestions? Yeah, optimize keywords. Best advice I can give you. Don't slouch on the thumbnail and optimize the keywords if you're going to live stream. Get an enticing title, optimize the keywords, and don't slouch on the thumbnail. It's the biggest mistake most new people make when they're streaming or doing a YouTube channel is they just don't really do the thumbnails. They just kind of use basic thumbnails when the thumbnail needs to be on point. You can use platforms like Thumbnail Blaster or Thumbnail Creator that'll help you build thumbnails a little bit easier. But if you really want to learn, use Photoshop. That's what I use. I use Photoshop. What does it cost me for this music? About $15 a month. Yeah, no worries, Justin. Happy to help, man. Happy to help, man. All right, so yeah, guys, KXIN did bounce at $2. I'm definitely the top 3 traders in the world right now. We got Any gapping up. It's at 480s. We're watching Any. Any's making moves down to 486 here. John, how did you figure the $2 price point? So Any's breaking down under the VWAP. Not really what we want to see. How did I figure the $2 price point on KXIN? Well, okay, so it's a mix of things, right? It's a whole dollar. It's extended pulling back underneath the VWAP, and so it's logical to assume that we're going to bounce at the closest whole dollar. If we look at the entire range here, like look at all this, there's no whole dollars. So if we're trying to just identify psychological levels, the nearest one was $2. You know, $2, big psychological whole dollar level, and that's why it worked, just because we were able to identify all these different spots, right? But we have to basically look for whole dollars, but also look for extension in the pullback, and just try to think of where other traders are going to be confident enough to buy into on a pullback. And a lot of the time, that's going to be whole dollars like $2 here, and that's really why it worked. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and get Uncle Smokey in here. Uncle Smokey is joining us on stream today, guys. Let's have him in. They might be able to do that, but I mean, the reality is it's going to be way too expensive for me to play copyrighted, like, real music. You know what I mean? It's just going to be way too expensive. All right, so we got Smokey here. All right, so let's go ahead and get Uncle Smokey in here. Smokey, hey, what's up, man?
What's up, YouTube?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, we have Uncle Smokey here, guys, longtime subscriber and friend of the stream, who is now doing big things over there on his YouTube channel. We'll post the link. We'll actually include the link in our description today. So if you want to check out Uncle Smokey, I'll post the link in chat, but we'll also throw it up in the description. He is our resident MMAT expert. So how's it going today, man? How you doing?
Thanks for the props, man. I don't know if I'd say expert, but I'm learning.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. You definitely know way more about it than I do. So it's always good to have knowledgeable people in here. So you know, I've been kind of keeping an eye on the MMAT stuff. I know it ripped up yesterday. What's your views on it? Like, what are you looking at doing? What are you holding in it and all that good stuff?
So I'm almost sitting at 1,000 shares of MMAT. I'm at a dollar cost average of about $7.30 currently. And I actually bought into MMAT back when it was Torch. I was in it for, you know, squeeze. TLC. I was in it for the merger, you know?
Yeah.
But then that happened. Of course, I became a bag holder, big time effect. I mentioned it on your live stream the one day. Hey, I'm bag holding. What do you think I should do? And then basically at that point, I just started researching the company and found out what MMAT could be in the future. And I'm like, well, I'm not afraid to hold. So I just did that.
Right. And that makes sense. And there's going to be penny stocks that you have huge potential from. And I'm not saying that's MMAT. I don't personally know, you know, but there are going to be some plays like this, guys, that you can make big money on. And some of these, like, okay, I'll put it into perspective. NIO, about a year ago, let me see, back NIO was at $1.19 back in October of last year. So less than a year ago, NIO is at $1.19, currently at 45.60. I've seen a lot of stocks like this. Mara a few years ago, the big Bitcoin move. If you catch these early, Mara 35 cents back in March of last year. And so there's going to be some potential in penny stocks, guys. You just got to research and find the right one. So what is MMAT, the company, all about?
So MMAT as a company is basically a semiconductor nanotech design company. They got a lot of cool patents, inventions out there that could really be real world in the very near future. In fact, you're holding a phone right now, I believe. You're a Fold. There's actually a lot of use for Meta's tech in that upcoming new phone.
Nice. Oh, that's cool. So in the Z Fold 3.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to trade mine in because I love my Z Fold, man. It's super cool, guys. Just to show you the phone. These phones are the folding phones that open up and they basically turn into iPads. So that's interesting. Honestly, I have watched TRCH for a long time. I really have. So I've seen TRCH the stock for a long time. And I think switching symbols is good. I think it's a refresh, new brand type of thing, and I think it's good for them. So are they paying dividends or what's the story with that?
So the dividend payment, don't expect to start seeing that until late December, maybe even not till early January. So the agreement was the 28th was when the land and assets had to be sold by. And of course, you've got time after that.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Interesting. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch it. And it's up some from yesterday. I mean, it's up some from 304s to 325s. What else are you watching today?
So of course, I always watch AMC. I've been an ape since January. Nice. I'm not that ape there. I've just held everything since then.
Oh no, you're good. Apes are welcome, bro. Like I said,
I've sold down a little bit. Of course, I'm holding 250 for the cause. There is a cause there, and I want to be a part of it. So other than that, I just day trade and swing trade from time to time. VFF, some cannabis stocks here and there.
Nice.
That's about it.
Right. And that makes sense. And people think that I hate the apes. I don't. I support all you guys. And I like I said, I hope it punishes the hedge funds. I hope it fundamentally changes the market. And I think what AMC and GameStop did is good for the market in some ways. I think it's bad for the market in some ways. I think some of the culture there is bad. Like I think some of the culture of never selling is bad. And but at the same time, if I'm being objective about it, I think people like you who are holding a small share size for the cause is fine. I think that's fine and that's understandable. As long as people aren't risking their life savings on it, I think it's understandable.
Absolutely.
And I've been certainly wrong about, for instance, as much as I hate to say it, I thought GameStop was short at like $5, back in like 2018. And it was a really hard thing to predict. It was the biggest short squeeze in history is really what it was. You could argue that Volkswagen was, but the GameStop short squeeze was definitely one of the biggest short squeezes in history.
Exactly.
And so,
and one thing we always got to remember is that Volkswagen squeeze was very controlled. It was on purpose.
Oh, really? See, I don't know much about the Volkswagen squeeze, to be honest.
Well, that was more of a controlled squeeze, to my knowledge, where the GameStop squeeze was more organic. It was created by a big boom, just all of a sudden.
Sure.
I don't think anybody's seen that coming. I don't think they seen Volkswagen coming either. But to my knowledge, Volkswagen was a little bit more controlled.
Sure. And I definitely agree with you there. It was definitely, the GameStop squeeze was certainly more spontaneous because, so what happened with GameStop is that the first few days it squeezed. This is what happened. So the GameStop squeeze happened where it popped GameStop up from like 12, 15, 20 bucks all the way up to like 40 and 50. And I even remember me being like, hey, this seems like a good short. Like GameStop being at $50, if we're looking at it from a fundamental level, seemed like a good short. And so I'm sure, of course, I was completely wrong. But I think a ton of hedge funds ended up piling in there as well, like on that first bounce after that first squeeze. And that is what really propelled it up, because I think there were shorts involved with GameStop prior to this. Like if we look at some of these old levels here, like when this first move started happening, there were some shorts in GameStop prior back here. But when it popped up to this, when that first squeeze happened, I think a lot more hedge funds piled in short there, and that was the spark that caused the big 400, 500 move. So it's interesting. It's interesting for sure. Oh yeah. What do you want me to call you? You want me to call you just Smokey?
It doesn't matter. Uncle Smokey. That's
Okay.
fine.
Got you. So while we're here though, I forgot to do my little disclaimer. Do you agree, or do you allow me to use your audio and video content on this stream currently on YouTube, and also agree not to say anything whatsoever that goes against YouTube's community guidelines? Do you agree?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I always want to do that, but the lawyer in me is like, hey, you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, so it's interesting. But yeah, we're definitely watching MMAT, and I think MMAT's certainly interesting to watch as well. I think that anytime you get stocks like this, guys, and I think people have to understand the significance of stocks like this. Like anytime you get stocks that have and like develop a cult-like following, there's always the potential for parabolic moves. There really is. And this is something that I said with AMC back when AMC was making its run up, is that there's always the potential. Same thing with Dogecoin. Anytime you have cult-like followings on stocks, there's always the potential for big percentage moves. Does MMAT have a short float? Are people shorting it?
So there is a short float, and currently it's only about 10%, 11% of the float, roughly.
Okay.
But I keep telling people, I keep assuring, this isn't a squeeze play for me. Is the potential there?
This is the company. You're
Yeah.
buying the company's
Exactly.
future, basically. Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense. And that's the right way to do it. I mean, listen, we all like what we like. And sometimes there's companies that'll do well and sometimes there's not. And nobody really knows. But, you know, there's with penny stocks, I think a lot of traders do it like this. And I think this is the right way to trade it if you're looking at holding penny stocks long term, is that you just got to research healthy companies and you got to understand that you might lose on most of them. But the ones that you win on can compensate for those losses. So what I'm saying is, like, you might lose a lot with penny stocks because a lot of them are just terrible companies. But there's sometimes going to be diamonds in the rough where even though you might have like 40% or something like that accuracy, if you're long-term investing in these, is what I mean, that that 40% is going to help propel you to be profitable. Because when penny stocks end up being successful, again, some old examples include NIO. I remember trading NIO when it was at $1. It's currently at $45. The same thing with Merit. You know, traded it when it was $1, $2. It's at $32 now. And so there's huge percentage moves that you can capitalize on by holding some penny stocks long term. Now, do I think you should? I don't know. Everybody has their own style. I have my own style as well. And I'm not really a long-term holder of penny stocks, but I definitely understand, and it's something that everybody else in here should understand as well, is that just because something doesn't work for you doesn't mean it doesn't work for other people.
Yeah.
And so it's an interesting time to see, you know, what's going to happen with some of these stocks. But yeah, interesting market for sure the last few days. What do you think about the Robinhood stuff going on?
So I hate Robinhood.
Me too.
I got screwed by them big time.
Oh yeah.
I am staying as far away from that, I think, as I can. Maybe with the possibility of once it hits maybe a nice low number under $30 again, I might buy a dozen shares or so just to, again, ride it up to the top and sell them.
Sure, and that's fine, and I understand that completely. That's why I'm having a hard time. Okay, so it's not. I don't know if I hate Robinhood, but I'm certainly distrusting of them. And so with me, it's like I've used Robinhood before. There's a lot of things that bother me about Robinhood. Most importantly, the weirdness that's happened with AMC and GameStop. I was really critical of them, even though, you know, I'm not considered an ape, and I don't consider myself an ape, but I was really critical on Robinhood because I thought that what Robinhood did during that was incredibly sketchy. And so, no, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just saying the lawyer in me, Kyle. But no, but yes, but no, I thought it was incredibly sketchy. I thought that single-handedly destroyed some of the momentum that was coming through with some of these stocks, and it was ridiculous. Like they blamed it on all this other nonsense, but the reality is they probably had some investors that were long in Robinhood, or that were long in, or that were short in AMC. They probably had some hedge funds friends that were short in AMC. I'm assuming. Is that what your theory is as well?
Absolutely. And the other thing too with Robinhood is, I don't know, this could just be that tinfoil hat side of me coming out, but I don't think they're going to get shorted as heavily as some of these other stocks will, because remember, they've got a lot of these hedge funds in their back pocket.
Right.
So I don't see them not wanting to capitalize on the gains that they can get from Robinhood. Let's face it, Robinhood as a company is a rock solid company.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
It really
it's profitable. It's making money. It's making
Yeah.
money for sure. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. But yeah, it's certainly making money. It's certainly, and again, I think it has its niche. I think it has what it does well. And I think what it does well is appeases to new traders. I think new traders, a lot of the time, their first brokerage is now Robinhood, you know, and understandably so. Like I'm not the best options trader, but when I traded options, it was certainly easier on Robinhood, you know, just as much as I hate to say it.
Robinhood's got one big good thing going for it right now.
Right.
It's a first. It's an innovator. And usually
100%.
whenever the innovator hits the market, the innovator soars. I mean, look at Apple. Look at Amazon.
Right.
You know, look at these big
100%.
innovators.
Right. Makes sense completely. And people don't understand. A lot of people that are new to the stock market in the last like year or so, they don't understand Robinhood was the first one to offer zero commissions. Like I used to have to pay commissions. I used to get eaten up in commissions. And Robinhood was really the game-changing platform. I hate to pump up Robinhood, but Robinhood was really the game-changing platform that came out and said, look, we're going to let you trade for free. And then because of that competition, TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, Schwab, all of them now are offering free commissions because single-handedly because of Robinhood. So for that, you know, I thank Robinhood. Still
Absolutely.
skeptical of it, but you know. So what do you think about AMC today? AMC's back over 30s. What's your plan with AMC?
So I'm a holder with AMC
Okay.
at this point. I won't move on AMC until I see a big number, till I see basically the short start covering. Of course, I subscribe Ortex, Benzinga, Fintel. So I've got the ability to watch all of this stuff. I've got different level twos. I've got all kinds of chart layouts and stuff. So basically, when I see that I feel that it's reached the height that I want it to be at, I'm out.
Right. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. And that's why, like, I think I took a little bit off on AMC at 65s, and then I'm thinking about buying some more now that it's rebounded completely over 30. When did I've had a few different answers for this. When do the earnings come out? Do they come out today or do they come out Monday?
I believe AMC's earnings are the same day as MMAT's, and that is Monday.
Okay, so Monday will be a big day for AMC. So is it? Do you know that they're coming out in pre-market or after hours?
That I'm not positive of. But again,
Okay.
I don't look at earnings as a big day. I really don't.
Sure.
And quite often in AMC's recent past, it hasn't been very impressive as far as their price action goes on earnings day.
Well, they can't be making that much money, to be completely honest. I mean,
We're still in a pandemic.
Right, yeah, we're still in a pandemic. They're not going to be rolling in dough or anything like that. And so I think that it's something that if you are an ape, you got to understand that. You know, it might rip up on earnings. I mean, and I think I think some of this move is, you know, from maybe some front loaders into earnings. But
Sure.
I don't think the earnings is what really matters right now.
Not with AMC. AMC's not a fundamental play. I mean, it really isn't. If you're playing AMC, you're not there because this company's doing fantastic and it's flying in the clouds with all these other big, large cap companies. You're in AMC either A, because you've drank the Kool-Aid, or B, you want to make some money and you see the potential of a squeeze.
Right, 100%. And that's kind of where I stand. Like, I've been holding AMC for months. If anybody remembers, I bought in AMC at 920s is where I bought in AMC, and I was very open about it. I got in AMC before a lot of people thought it was cool to do, and I made my money with it. It was one of the largest trades I've gotten into this year because, again, it was your last one. It was the same thing that you just said, which was that some people got in for the movement. That was not me. I got in because I saw it trending, and I saw the propensity for a squeeze, and I ended up covering most of my position. I'm still holding some, and I might buy more now that we're back over 30. A lot of the time I play psychological levels. And so like with AMC originally, I got in at the 920s, right when it was consolidating around here, I guess. Somewhere around here is where I got in AMC, and I ended up selling at 65. And I sold it live on stream. I know we did an afternoon stream. I ended up selling most of it there, and then I held like 6 shares down to where we are now, and I ended up selling a little bit back here somewhere. But I might add some back It's just something I'm considering because, again, a lot of the time I play psychological levels.
Sure.
Right? So a lot of, we're looking at milestone levels is what I call them. And so if I can see a stock, one of my favorite moves is a complete retracement, right? And what I mean by that is that one of my favorite moves is when a stock breaks under a big milestone, a big psychological milestone level, and then immediately and quickly retests and reclaims where it previously was. And so with AMC breaking under $30 and then immediately popping back up to 33s, I think that's a bullish sign. And I think other traders I think it's going to renew some of that bullish sentiment on AMC. I could obviously be wrong here, but that's kind of my plan. Either way, it's not going to be big enough sizing to really risk too much, but it's something I'm definitely considering.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah, for sure.
And now, one thing I would say is right now with AMC, the way I'm looking at AMC right now is it is a good buy. Anything under 40 right now is a good buy. I do foresee us making a big pop in the very near future with them. Now, let's face it, the short interest has come down quite a bit. We're under 20% with AMC. And anything over 20 is a really good candidate for a squeeze. And of course, anything over 30 and 40, I mean, you're going to pop at any moment. But we're currently sitting about 16% of the float. So to think that it's going to squeeze right now, I mean, you really don't want it to.
I don't think it's going to squeeze. Sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think it's going to squeeze. I think we're going to move up just on sentiment.
Yes, absolutely. Sentiment and organics. And that's what you want. You want organic movement in any situation, especially a squeeze, because the higher it goes organically, the more potential it has once it does reach that shorts are going to cover position.
Right. Exactly. That's what that's what people got to understand is that like the way squeezes generally works, like just like I said with GameStop, right? If you really want AMC to squeeze, guys, you needed to move up on good sentiment, have shorts want to get more involved with it, and then stop those shorts out. That's the same thing that happened with GameStop. Again, GameStop popped up from 12 to 50, and then shorts piled in there to where it was a huge short float, and that's where the squeeze really happened. Like a small squeeze happened at first, and then it triggered a much larger squeeze. That's really what you want with AMC, is that you want it to get higher, and then you want shorts to get piled more, heavily in there, and then get stopped out. But I tend to agree with you. I think anything down here is pretty cheap considering the whole movement that's going on with AMC. Of course, guys, I can't guarantee anything with this. Not investment professionals, not liable if you lose. Right? Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. But I do tend to agree with you that I think pullbacks to $30 are fine, and I think that could be some movement. I think just considering the extent of the dip. I don't mind the $30 level, and holding over there. All right, so I'm seeing some comments. John believes on $1,000 US dollar AMC price. I mean, I think 1,000's possible. I think it's unlikely, but it's possible. I think $100 is more reasonable.
$100. I think $100 is going to happen organically, probably within the next 6 months, I would say, if the momentum moves back in. Of course, that's with good positive buying volume and momentum. Will it hit that number?
Right. And that's what I'm curious about as well. And it's one of those things where I don't know. You know what I mean? All I'm looking at is fundamental numbers. And I tend to agree. I think that $100 will probably hit. But it's about when, I guess. I think that the community of AMC is large enough to be okay. And I think that this community and this wave was great for the company of AMC. I think the stock price being as high as it is, them being able to do offerings, I think all that stuff's good. I think people hated the offerings when it happened, but I think that a company being able to capitalize on their stock price being as high as it was is a good thing, and it's something that needed to happen because then they have money to put towards more things, and then once they have that money with offerings, like a lot of the ape movement hate offerings. They hate the offerings. They got mad about the offerings, but the reality is, though, if you really want AMC to succeed long term, those offerings are necessary. Absolutely. Especially right now during the pandemic.
Yeah, offerings are basically just a corporate way of making free cash.
Right, for sure. And so with the movie theater stock in the middle of a pandemic that wants to expand and grow past, the loss in sales, I'm sure the pandemic had to cause some drops in sales for sure. But the company is going to need money to expand further, and I think the offerings are going to enable them to do that.
I
Oh,
also
go
want to
ahead.
let you know that I could foresee MMAT Metamaterials, if the movie business stays alive, I could foresee some of their technology filtering into that as well. Just an
Hmm.
FYI, with their holography and all that other stuff, they have really
Interesting.
cool screens and materials. I think it could really enhance the viewers' experience in the theater.
Hmm. Interesting. So I'm looking up. I'm curious about what they actually do. So they do like holograms and stuff like that, huh?
Not holograms. They
Okay.
do right now nanotech. They have this, and I'm not the guy that knows all of the tech.
Sure,
Sterling
sure,
at
sure.
Sterling Stocks, he knows all the tech way better than me. I'm numbers. I'm TA, but they have
Yeah.
this film, and apparently it's going to allow for like more security, touch screen abilities, things like that. I don't know. Like I
Hmm.
said, dealing with like your phone.
Right, right. I'm looking at their website now. It says that Meta delivers previously unachievable performance across a range of applications by inventing, designing, developing, and manufacturing sustainable, highly functional materials. So it's interesting. So they're developing like screen materials and stuff like that.
Yeah,
They also. Or go
they've
ahead.
got nano glass and stuff.
Right, that's crazy. We're definitely in the future, man. Holography, lithography, and wireless sensing and software AI driven. Interesting. I'm curious to see what they come out with, man. I know they've been around long enough, and one thing with penny stocks is like if they just stick around long enough. You know what I mean? Like a lot of penny stocks are just struggling to, they're small, struggling companies in the beginning, and I'm sure MMAT is no exception. But as they stick around longer, the chance of them succeeding definitely goes up, I think. Currently, right now with AMC, I'm seeing $34, and I think I want to see first. I want to see if we hold at $34. I think 34 is right around the high of yesterday, guys. If we look at this, and yeah, I'm curious to see if we hold there. I mean, usually, again, milestone levels is what I look at, and I think AMC right now sitting right around that $30 level is the right, or that $34 level, whole dollar level confirmed in pre-market already, and we even bounced off of it once as well. So I'm looking at $34 as a recent level for AMC. Aside from that, bro, do you see any penny stocks that are moving?
No, it's Friday.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, man. I see A and Y. I see KXIN that kind of looks good. Kind of. We called that $2 level earlier, and it's been following that. Aside from that, I'm not really seeing anything else either. I mean, chat. You guys see anything else?
I mean, to be honest, I'm done trading for the day as far as it goes with me. I only trade early pre-market. I get that initial low volatility spike.
Sure.
Or I'm sorry, low volume spike, and I get out, in and out, done.
Right. So are you a day trader? Do you trade the open? How do you trade it usually?
When I'm off, like a day like today, I'll probably trade the open a little bit. And I actually follow a lot of your techniques. So I just try and watch for it to mount and unmount the VWAP and then attack.
Sure. Right. And it's very profitable. I mean, a lot of people don't understand the VWAP, and so it gives people a wrong expectation. Like a lot of the time, I hear it a lot where people say the VWAP doesn't work. The VWAP doesn't work, and my response is always, well, you're trading the wrong stocks. Because everything's not universal. Like the VWAP's not always going to work, but if you look at something like AMD, there's certain stocks every day, whether we're talking about penny stocks, whether we're talking about larger cap companies like Apple or Disney or whatever, you're going to get a handful of stocks every day that trend really obviously with the VWAP. Like look at AMD yesterday. If you just shorted any bounce towards the VWAP, you would have made a killing yesterday. And I made money yesterday doing this exact thing. Or we can look at like Apple yesterday and look for trend changes, look for reversals, downward moves, and then pushes back up and then holding at the VWAP here and attack those pullbacks. And so there's just a lot of profitable strategies with the VWAP. It's one of the most powerful indicators. And if we like a lot of people trade moving averages, do you trade those as well?
Yeah, actually, I do play the Golden Cross on some of my swing trades, some of my like weekly trades.
Nice. I know Austin, I think. I've known a few people that trade it. Go ahead, sorry.
The one thing I wanted to mention about the VWAP, and this is what helped me, and maybe it'll help others. The sooner I realized that the VWAP basically stood for volume, that was when I realized that, oh my God, those are the stocks I need to be trading with the VWAP, is the volume stocks, the stocks that are seeing immense pushes in volume. And that's where a lot of people are making that mistake, is they're trying to go to a stock that's long term, making small pushes up over a long period of time.
Right. Exactly. And I always talked about it before. Like, one of my most profitable strategies is a strategy in which we have no volume, and then we have a huge volume increase really, really quickly in a break over the VWAP. Incredibly powerful strategy. And I've said it every day for the last few days, but guys, if you simply wait for that one strategy, it will probably enable you to be profitable. If you literally trade that one strategy, you'll almost certainly be profitable.
I went from 50-50 to I'm now 80-20 profitability when I day trade.
Right. And it's a cool thing when it finally kind of clicks and you really get there. It's been scaling up in size has always been historically tough for me. And I've traded big and small size throughout my trading career, but I finally kind of gotten to the point where I could scale up in size. And these type of strategies are what ultimately gave me the confidence to do it. Let me see if I can find some of the stocks. We had a great example of the strategy we're talking about yesterday. I think it's a little bit slower today, but let me see if we can find some examples of what's been moving. Let me check out yesterday's video. All right, so yesterday we had METX MVIS. Let's see. METX didn't do much. MVIS. I don't know if it was MVIS. We had a bunch of stuff moving yesterday. I just can't remember the ones that did. ENSC. What were some big gappers in pre-market yesterday, guys? If you guys remember. Oh, here we go. Here's one. It's ENSC is what it is. So yeah, like, this is the pre-market strategy, and we've been going over this one every day, guys. So again, this is one of the ones where, like, listen, if you simply follow this one strategy, it's usually going to be profitable for you. And the strategy goes like this, guys. No volume. You're looking for very little volume. You're looking for a gap up, of course. And this is just pre-market, but you could probably do this after the opening bell as well. Test it to be sure, though. But again, we have no volume here. We have no volume, pretty light volume. You can see ENSC is averaging like 24, 50,000. Not a ton of volume in pre-market. And then we have an immediate volume surge. You can see the volume surge happen here. We have a huge volume surge. Usually it's going to be catalyst driven. So we're going to have some type of positive, favorable catalyst drop, and we're going to get an immediate big volume surge coming in. And we're going to get, as that volume surge happens, you'll just look for a crossover the VWAP. Once you get that big volume surge and you get the crossover the VWAP, buying that first pullback here is immensely profitable. It's ridiculously profitable doing so. Just waiting for it. If you could just be patient and wait for these, and they're not going to happen every day. You're not going to get them every day, but waiting for that one strategy, this is one of those strategies, guys, where I might go big every time I see this. And again, I'm not saying, I can't guarantee it'll work for you all. Of course, I can't guarantee anything works for anybody. Everybody's different. Things are going to work for different people and not work for others. And so, of course, I can't guarantee it's going to work for you guys. But I will tell you, it's been an amazingly profitable strategy. And it's just super reliable. And again, you got to understand the psychology behind it. Like, we get this rip over the VWAP, we get a catalyst. Everybody, once this rip starts to happen, like once this move starts to happen here, and once we see the volume surge come in, all the traders that are looking at this stock are waiting for an entry. They want to buy it. Do they want to buy it right here at the top? Of course not. That's going to reject back down a lot of the time. It's bad risk reward. It's just not the right time to buy it. And so what do is they wait for pullbacks, and they attack these pullbacks here. And that is why you get a little dip in volume. Look at this. You get a little dip and then a boom. The volume just rips up on that pullback. Why? Because everybody's piling in there because we had a huge catalyst move rip over the VWAP, and everybody's just attacking the pullback once we get it. But again, sorry if I'm rambling on about it, guys, but waiting for this huge volume surge is the number one part of it. Just to add on to what Smokey was saying, volume is king, and you have to have good volume.
Yep. I love how you can really elaborate on this. I love how you really explain it. But then again, you're the king of the VWAP, so it's no surprise.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, how long you been on the stream, Smokey? You've been here for like at least a few months, huh?
I've been watching you steady since probably early March.
Oh wow, yeah. So since all this craziness started happening, cool.
Yeah, I mean that's in all honesty, that's why I hate Robinhood so much. Is I was actually in GameStop and didn't even realize it.
Oh wow.
I was just a long-term trader. I bought into stocks, left them in my portfolio, and I had alerts set to alert me if there was any parabolic movement or things like that. And I never got an alert.
Right. Yeah, it was weird, man. Robinhood was a little sketchy at that time, dude. I remember there was just some strange things going on there. And you know, I can't remember what their excuse was at the time. It was like, yeah, it was something like our clearinghouse can't do it. But I mean, Robinhood dealt with the Kodak squeeze. They dealt with all these big crazy squeezes historically. Like, what happened there? Like they that was fine. Like, look at Kodak. Like, we get these big parabolic squeezes, not quite like GameStop, but in a similar way. A few times a year, we get these huge squeezes. Look at Kodak. Kodak went from $1.50 to $60. So about the same percentage as GameStop did. Why no freezes here in Kodak? You know, why no freezes there? Probably because their hedge fund buddies weren't super short. Yeah. Right, exactly. And I'm going to preface this, guys. Robinhood, I don't know this 100%. This is my own subjective opinion. I'm just speculating. Don't sue me, Robinhood.
Yeah. Hey, it's America. We're allowed to have an opinion.
Right, for sure. Hey, I'm not saying y'all did this, but I'm just saying I think the correlation's there, Robinhood, you know. But yeah, Kodak, man. Kodak just jumping on a money grab. Kodak came out during COVID and said that they were going to create their own COVID vaccine. Kodak, the camera company. Just a money grab. And that's really what happened here, guys. And I know a lot of traders are piling on short to, you know, after they hear that, they're like, Kodak coming out with a vaccine? Let's short it. But yeah, I miss, and we haven't had as many, you know, two-way calls them the Black Swan events. But big parabolic moves, we haven't had as much lately, you know, and everybody's kind of waiting for the next one. What was the last parabolic moves, guys? Do you remember, Smokey? I can't remember, man. It's been a while.
For what?
For any penny stock, for a penny stock making big moves. No, you're good. No worries.
God, I don't even remember. I'd have to sit down and look. Right now, I'm actually concentrating on my chart. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, this is so gross. Oh, my gosh.
What are you drinking?
Oh, my gosh, dude. It's so bad, dude. Oh, man. I'm sorry. So I had one of these yesterday, and these are actually really good. They're the Rebel cold brew coffee, right? The cold brew coffee is delicious, but the ultimate elixir with maca, reishi, maitake, turkey tail, lion's mane, and ashwagandha is absolutely disgusting. It's terrible.
Is there any high fructose corn syrup in it?
No, it's all organic.
Then I won't drink it, bud.
Yeah, I get it, man. I'm a Coke guy. I might go grab a Coca-Cola. I'll be right back. Hold the stream down, Smokey. Tell them about MMAT. I'll put up MMAT if you want. And I'm going to go grab some caffeine. So I'll be right back.
Sure.
That thing's terrible. Here's MMAT. Oh, also, if you ever want to share your screen, Smokey, you can if you want to. I'll show you when I get back. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
So, guys, I guess with MMAT, if you haven't gotten caught up with them, go ahead and you can check out my videos on my channel at Uncle Smokey Stock Trades. And basically, there's been a lot of speculation. This is a big speculative play sometimes, but I do see a lot of fundamentals in this play. In fact, yesterday they just put out news of an agreement to acquire a nano company, which is one of the big things. That's the kind of the PR that this company needs, showing that they're moving forward in advancements and their technology can keep getting better. So basically, right now it's trading right around $3.24 in the pre-market. Is that about right? Yep, 323, which is kind of where I called for it to be right about now, is in the 320, 325 range. And what I'm really looking for it to do is kind of just get that volume today and push up. Now, like John says all the time, we have technical levels of support, and I've marked them on my charts. If you tune into my channel, you'll see them. But again, I'm just looking for it to hit those levels. If it hits the levels and respects them, it's either going to move up or down with them, just like any other stock would. Other than that, that's all I got on MMAT. I mean, if you want to look into the company, hop on their website. They give excellent detail into their company. They stay up to date on everything. Yeah, I'm on the spot.
Yeah,
so I'm
here's
a
his
little
link
nervous.
right here. Yeah, no, you're good, bro. You're good. Listen, it's definitely an acquired thing. Here's Uncle Smokey. Here's his YouTube channel right here, guys. I promise you, bro. Listen, when I first got started on YouTube, dude, if you go back, I'll give you guys I'll go ahead and tell you this. If y'all go to my really, really old videos, like I started the channel back in 2017, 2016. And those really old videos that I dropped in, they were the worst videos ever. They were like my voice was weird. I could only describe it as having like a customer service voice. I don't even know how I did it. Now I just talk how I normally talk in real life. You know what I mean? But like in those videos, I'm like, hey guys. Or I tried to make my voice sound deeper. I was like, hey guys, we're gonna go do this. And they're just terrible. It's terrible content. Honestly, I looked back at some of the strategies I used back then are strategies I'm using now. Like I talked back in 2016 about the VWAP reclaim in multiple videos, and it was one of my highest performing videos. It was on a stock called SPU, which I remember, if you're an OG into the market, you might remember Sky People Fruit Juice. Tim Sykes used to talk about it a lot. Warrior Trading used to talk about it a lot. Sean Deckmar used to talk about it a lot. But I talked about the VWAP reclaim in that video. I think back then, and this is a video that's like 4 or 5 years old now. I said I didn't know at the time, but I think I was just repeating what somebody told me. And I said, I think somebody told me that if you find a stock that crosses over the VWAP a certain percentage, it's gonna hold the VWAP like 80 or 90% of the time. And so I don't know if it's going to hold it that much, but it was a VWAP reclaim that we talked about it. But yeah, don't be nervous, Smokey. You're doing a great job, brother, to be honest. Like I said, bro, I've had some guests that have come on the show and that have, done really well, and I've had some guests that haven't. You're doing pretty well, bro, relative to a lot of the other guests that have come on the show. Not saying anything bad about the other guests, but
Well, I figure I've got a reputation to uphold. I guess I'm coming out with rock solid content, what I'm being told. So,
yeah,
I need to keep up the image.
Nah, bro, you're good, bro. You're good, dude. Like I said, never. You've got a channel. You're killing it with views over there, and I'm happy for you, bro. I really am. Like I said, that penny stock niche, man, it's a good niche, and I certainly appreciate, the support you've shown here on this channel. So I got you, bro. But yeah, you're doing great with views, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Man. Keep capitalizing on those hot stories. That's it. That's all you can do, man. And that's what you do. And that's what, that's what I would do if I was you. I just keep attacking those hot stories in the market. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and the penny stock niche. It's a good niche. It's a good niche. There's a lot of viewers that are looking for content like that. And so, if y'all want to know if y'all want the rundown on a lot of these penny stocks, go check out Uncle Smokey's channel. I'll put it in the description. I think I forgot to put it in the description here.
Once this MMAT thing starts cooling off a little bit, I think once it starts trading a little bit more stable and where it should be, I'm probably going to start expanding out into some more cannabis stocks, maybe some other penny stocks. Basically, right now, there's a lot of eyes on MMAT, and I really need to keep that niche going. It's really going to help my channel, I think, in the very near future.
Sure. 100%. And that's what, okay. And we can talk about it here but that is exactly what, you should do. That's exactly what you should do right now. Like when MMAT's hot, capitalize on it. There's always going to be other penny stocks that get hot. You know what I mean? And that's what the penny stock channels do a lot of the time. Is like, they just wait. Like you're going to have other stocks. So it's not just going to be MMAT. The goal is to build a following now. That way, when other stocks get hot, you can in turn, you already have a following that's going to watch you. You know what I mean? And that's what you're building. And that's what you have at this point in time. Almost having 1,000 subscribers already, bro. That's great. That's really good. So
yeah, just under 3 weeks.
Yeah, man. That's awesome, bro. That's great. So good content, brother. Good content, man. And you'll get views too. Like your views will go up, like guaranteed. Like if you keep, once you grow, the penny stock niche gets killer views, man. Like 15, 20, 30,000 views per video. And so if you keep servicing them, you'll get some views, man, and you'll grow fast, bro. So I'm happy to see it, dude. So we got a few questions for you here. Martin says you need to partner with Smoke and Scan Guy. Has a YouTube channel where he does and watches police chases.
I've watched his channel. He's quite funny.
Yeah. And if you guys don't know, Uncle Smokey is a reference to Friday, the movie. Yes. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. Smokey the ice cream truck driver. Or no, Smokey was Smokey. Yeah.
Yeah, Smokey was Smokey.
Yeah. The ice cream truck guy was, man, what was his name? Now I'm running a blank.
I can't
Big
remember
Worm.
either.
It's Big Worm. What's his name?
There you
Big
go.
Worm.
There you go.
It's Big Worm.
There you
I
go.
know about Friday, bro. I love Friday movies.
Friday was my favorite. When I was a teenager, that was my favorite movie to watch.
Of course, man. It was my childhood. You know,
Yeah,
not my
that
childhood.
one
my teenage years.
Yeah, absolutely. Half Baked was the other one.
Yeah. Oh, Half Baked was
Can't
great,
go
dude.
wrong
Oh
with
my
Dave
gosh,
Chappelle.
bro. Half Baked was awesome. I've watched that movie a million times, bro. Great
Right.
movie. I actually watched. It's actually funny. The guy, the really stoner guy in that movie, not Dave Chappelle, not the guy from Rockin' Man, if you guys know him. The other guy that's always like, I'm not gonna do what everybody thinks I'm gonna do and freak out. He talks about it. He did a comedy sketch where he talked about actually filming that show, and he said that everybody thought he was high on the show, that everybody in the world thought he was high on that
That's
show.
just eyes.
Right, but he really wasn't. He was just acting, and he did a good job as an actor doing that. But he said one day he decided he thought it was the end of work. He thought it was the end of work. He said the only time he was ever high on set is that one day it was the end of work. And he was like, okay, well, work's done. And so he, lit up a J or whatever he needed to do. And, and did that in his tour bus, and he said that immediately afterwards, they ran to him and they said, oh no, we messed up the scene. We got to refilm it right now. And they dragged him back up there, and he had to do the scene while he was high. And he said that the director just completely hated him. Everybody hated him, that he couldn't look high while he was high, that he could only look high and act high when he wasn't high, if that makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
you're good.
But if that makes sense, if y'all follow that. But it was a really funny sketch. Y'all go check it out.
In high school, I was actually compared to that guy all the time. Like I was me. I've been a smoker since I was a young teen.
Nice, man.
No,
I can't judge you.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
No, I mean, dude, I was, when I was a teenager, of course I did. I used to go out on my roof and do it. I mean, we were all young sometimes, guys,
Yeah. One day I'll grow up.
I'm not morally against it either. I'm just in Texas and I can't, but eventually, over here, maybe. But yeah. Beginner trade against Jim Brewer, yeah, and I love his hokey pokey stand up for sure. MMA float is way too big for me. 100 mil, yeah, it's not too bad. 100 mil is, I mean, you guys gotta understand, like some of these big crazy squeezes in AMC, 400 million, 400 million squeeze. So it's still possible. I think what you guys gotta understand is if you're investing in some of these penny stocks, it's the same strategy, like the way, okay, I'm not saying the MMAT trade's gonna work for Uncle Smokey, but it's the same logic that I used when I invested in AMC at the 920s. Did I think AMC was going to succeed super long term? I didn't know. I don't know whether it is or not. But I identified the following and the not even the hype, but I identified the attention that the stock was getting, and then I correlated that with an eventual push, and that's what we got. And that's what we got. And so I think that I don't know enough about MMAT, but I do know that the following is getting very large. And I think even if you just look at Uncle Smokey's views regarding MMAT, MMAT has got some eyes on it. There's people watching it, and that means that it has the potential to squeeze. And not squeeze, it has the potential to run, I guess we should say.
That's what we want to call it, is organic run movement, not squeeze movement yet.
Right.
I'd like to see a squeeze once the stock gets up into the $20, $25 range. So that way a squeeze could be a little bit more realistic.
Right, exactly. That's what I think is more, reasonable for that. So guys, we do have the SPY. The SPY is absolutely ripping up. A few people are speculating that it is from good jobs numbers. Let's go ahead and release this here real quick. Volatility in the SPY is always great for me. I love seeing volatility in the SPY. So we do have some new numbers that came out. Let me go ahead and drop these in the chat for the market. But we do have some numbers coming out. It is payroll numbers. So we're going to go ahead and drop this. USA non-farm payrolls for July came in. Those numbers came in at, let me find and I got enough screens. You think I'd be able to do this faster? Okay. Yeah. So USA non-farm payrolls for July came out at 943,000 versus 870,000 estimate prior of 850K. So larger than expected. And again, you can see the SPY is heading up. We also have USA private payrolls for July come in at 703,000 versus the 700,000 estimate with prior of 662,000. So that was above the estimates as well. We have, we're trying not to miss these. Okay, so yeah, we have the USA unemployment rate that dropped for July. That rate came out at 5.4% unemployment versus the 5.7% expected with a prior of 5.9%. So unemployment is down. We have average hourly earnings year over year come in for July at 4% versus the 3.8% expected prior of 2.9%. So we had better than expected average hourly earnings, lower than expected unemployment rates, and higher USA payroll numbers that just dropped. We also have the USA average hourly earnings for month over month for July coming at 0.4% versus the 0.3% estimate in a prior of 0.3%. And so that number is higher as well. So good numbers all around here. I might buy a little bit of the SPY on this pullback. I know it's a little bit risky, but I think, let me see if I can get this. I think we're going to get a little bit of a bounce. Let me see if I can catch it. All right, so we're with 25 shares. Pretty small for the SPY, but we're going to test it out and see if we can, get some of those numbers. So do you ever trade the SPY, or what do you invest, Uncle Smokey? What do you invest in aside from penny stocks? Anything?
So my biggest investments I hold in a completely different portfolio. I do have, of course, IRA.
Crypto or anything? Sorry for interrupting.
What was that?
Crypto or anything like that?
I do have some crypto that's strictly holding. I've invested in crypto.com. In fact, I tried sending you a link months ago to the crypto.com thing when you were looking to get in. Couldn't use it. Anyway.
I think I jumped in. I think I signed up through your link.
Did you? That's awesome.
I never verified my account though, is what it is. So and the reason I know that is because funny enough, just yesterday, okay, I'm probably about to jump out of this trade if I have to, guys. We're gonna keep about $10 in losses here, but big reversal here in the SPY just to alert you guys. So the SPY just reversed big. Yeah. So I'm trying to see why. It's weird. You never know what the market's gonna do, and this is why, like, if you're just trying to play earnings, yeah. So Benzinga's alerting that the market's moving lower following a strong jobs report. Just strange. We're going to let this, let me see where our risk is going to be. We're going to let 42 be our risk. Or no, not 42. We're going to let 41.90 be our risk. But yeah, the reason I know I signed up for crypto.com, I just haven't verified is because they sent me an email yesterday saying, finish your verification. So I still got to verify my account with them. But okay, yeah, we got to jump out of this right now. Yeah, it's diving down. Get me out of here. Oh no, wait. Yeah, sell.
Yeah, with the jobs report coming out, I wasn't about to play with the market.
Yeah, sometimes I get bored in pre-market and I just kind of poke around a little bit too much, and that's what happened here. The good thing though is like whenever I with my scalping system, like the reality is, it's got huge edge. I'm not even trying to brag about my system. It really does have huge edge in the market to where I can usually come back and end green. Like I'm usually okay to end green. I'm usually able to, regardless of what happens in pre-market, regardless of what happens shortly after the opening bell, I can usually come back and end green on the day. And so I haven't let like little small things in pre-market get to me that much. It's just
flattened out.
Wait, what's that? Sorry?
MACD flattened out. It might pop back above the view up.
If it does, that's okay. One thing that I used to beat myself up over like miss moves like this. Like I used to beat myself up over not being able to capitalize on some of these type of moves. The reality is though, eventually you realize that like you're never going to be able to predict everything right, and so the best thing that you can get good at in trading is just cutting losses when you need to. Like that's the number one thing that is going to help your trading. Is just cutting losses when you need to. If you can get good at cutting losses, then you're going to have an edge over a lot of people, just because most people are not good at cutting losses. Most people end up holding for far, far too long than they really should. And so one thing that I try to do really well is just cut my losses when I need to, But we'll see what happens with the SPY. What's up, Sean? Good report means Fed tapering could happen sooner. Yeah, for sure. But volatility in the market is good for me. I just want to see I like volatility in the market, and so as long as we can be somewhat volatile, then I'm happy with that. Let me see. Let me go ahead and post this on Discord. You're on our Discord, huh?
No,
if not, no
yet.
worries.
I don't know much about Discord yet. My kids are
Discord's-
on the Discord, but
Yeah. Yeah, my daughter knows more about tech than I do at this point in time. She's 12. But yeah, Discord is basically like a consolidated chat room area. So it's like you can build your own chat room in Discord. You can go to somebody else's chat room in Discord. You can join multiple chat rooms in Discord, and each chat room has its own has its own pages. Right, so for my Discord, for instance, we have pre-market, we have main, we have media, new trader Q&A, poker, World Series, trading pearls of wisdom, all that good stuff. So we got a lot. Like, it's just a chat room. It's just a consolidated chat room that you can do. As we have Uncle Smokey, I'm making a post. Definitely have you on Twitter at least. Yeah, I also had a really good question yesterday. So somebody asked me a question. I don't know if they... Okay, there we go. Let's see. Somebody asked me this.
A pennant on KXIN. Possible.
What happened? I forgot about that one. I didn't even... Oh, yeah, okay. So that's the one I called that $2 level one. So, yeah, so... For me, I just want to see it over the VWAP. Like, that's what I really need. That's going to be what ultimately drives this one to do well, is just pushing over the VWAP. I think if we can get over the VWAP and hold, then I think we're going to have some eyes on it. We're going to have a lot of people interested in it. But no, we had this question on the Discord, and this is the type of stuff you'll see in our Discord, guys. So join our Discord if you haven't already. But the question are like this, which is, JA said, hey, I'm a newbie and I got a couple questions here. I did watch John's VWAP strategy video. And he said, however, I'm confused. Out of these three areas I circled, which one would you go long and why? All three bounce failed right around the VWAP, and I can't see as to why one I can go long and one I can short on. So these are the VWAP bounces. Really, there's four. All right, so there's one here, there's one here, there's one here, and then there's one here. And my answer to him was simple. It was like, you would take all of them.
Yep.
You would take all of them, because Mark Douglas famously said there's a direct correlation between wins and losses in the market. And that, I'm sorry, he said that there's a random distribution of wins and losses in the market. And so if you have an A+ setup, you should be taking every instance of it. As long as you don't have a nuance there that you think is going to help it fail, you should be taking each instance of it. And my response to him was the same thing. My response to him was, well, you're supposed to take all of them and have 75% accuracy. That's what you're really supposed to do. You're taking advantage and profiting from that accuracy. Speaking of KXIN, though, KXIN, nice pop over the VWAP. I see Joel mentioning it now. We'll see what happens here, guys. We'll see what happens. I don't want to trade too much in pre-market, so I don't want to force too much right now.
And it just proves, guys, that just proves right there that it's as simple as looking at a support resistance line, tossing in an indicator and saying, boom, if it pops, I want it.
Right, exactly. And that's what, you're just identifying trends here, and you're identifying trend changing in sentiment. That's all it really is. And traders complicate trading too much. They really do. Like, they make trading too complicated. You don't need to be so complicated, guys. A lot of trading is just going to be capitalizing on sentiment changes and trends. That's it. That's all it really is. And so, let me, there we go. A lot of trading is just being disciplined enough to wait for the favorable movement. That's all a lot of trading is. It's just being disciplined enough to wait for that type of favorable movement and then capitalizing on it when you can. I see you, Daniel. Have a good day, brother.
Pulling small moves out of KXIN.
Yeah. I'm looking at it. So if we pull back to 209, maybe I'll take some. We'll have to wait and see. Aside from KXIN, I don't really see anything else. I see AMTI that showed up, but slow. MVST slow, or MVST is actually not that bad. So Microvast holding. So I don't know what's going on with MVST, but it's moving up a little bit here. Let's see if we can figure it out. Figure out why MMAT or MVST is working. All right, so MVST here. We're looking at the catalyst now. Increased retail interest is all it says. No, I don't see anything else. I just see increased retail trader interest. So does anybody know why this is moving? Why MVST is gapping up? There's a lot of volume here relative to some of the other movements right now. High Wall Street bets interest. Okay, so this might be it. So I'm reading an article by Benzinga here, and it says, quote, Robinhood continues to be the most discussed stock on Wall Street bets as of Thursday night, while MVST, AMD, AMC are also seeing high interest. So those are the big ones right now, guys. MVST, AMD, and AMC. And AMD, what do you think about this craziness? AMD, I've been capitalizing on AMD a ton, and I know it's not going to last forever, though. Like, the reality is, nothing lasts forever, and AMD is certainly an example of that. Like, AMD is certainly not going to last forever either. But I can take this one on both sides, guys, and this is one of the more powerful ways to approach these. Like, I can scalp AMD on the upside and then short it when it drops like yesterday. And there's some powerful trades to get involved with there as well. Let me catch back up in the chat. Yeah, scalping is a lot of time, I guess. Follow the rules, and as John said, you will hit it. Once you hit it, call it today. Don't go back. Yeah, for sure. Here's the KXIN pullback. All right, so I don't know if the pullback, it's too large. I don't know. It's actually not that bad. We might buy a little bit here. Not a huge amount, like 25 shares. Actually, we'll get 50 shares because the range is very small. And so we'll just see if this pullback holds. If not, we'll just bail out and, get ready to trade the opening bell. Thank you, Joel. I'm checking that out now. So I'm looking at Ape Wisdom, which tracks the hottest stocks on Wall Street bets. And we've got Robinhood, MVST, AMC, and AMD at the top. Interesting. What else we got, guys? All right, so we're up a little bit from that little pop in KXIN. It's such a small trade, though. We'll see what happens. Let's see what else we have. Let's see.
I entered at the touch.
Oh, on the bottom?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where I jumped into with just 50 shares at 211.
Yep.
Is where I got in. All right, MBRB, GRPN, all right, so
here comes your volume. MACD's hard up.
Oh yeah, it's moving up nicely. The biggest thing I have to work on for pre-market is trading larger. Like, if I could scale up in pre-market, I would be way more.
On a small number like this, I usually push about 100 shares.
Right. And 50 shares is kind of pre-market is so wild for me. It's kind of hard for me because it's like I know that's not where my edge is. I know my edge isn't in pre-market. I know my edge is mostly after the opening bell, and like that's where I have the most success. It's right after the opening bell.
That's where I struggle.
Oh, see, you gotta. Oh, okay, so I guess I said it wrong. Even it's not right after the opening bell. Reality is, it's. I wait 5 or 10 minutes, and then that is where it really shines. That is where the opening bell I struggle to. Like in that first 5 minutes, I struggle as well.
Yeah, when I'm off, it's like 9:45 is when I really try to make my first real trade after the bell.
Right, exactly. That's what a lot of traders get really romantic about the opening bell, and it's usually the wrong move, guys. Like romanticizing the opening bell is going to get you in trouble a lot of the time. A lot of new traders really want to trade the opening bell, and I trade the opening bell sometimes with mixed success, but a lot of traders just romanticize it and they get all excited. They get hyped up. They get ready to trade the opening bell. And then once the opening bell happens, it's just extremely risky, extremely volatile, extremely spontaneous. And they just find themselves in trouble where if they just waited 10 minutes, they're going to have a lot, the trends are going to form. They're going to have a lot more self-evident trends to attack. And it's just going to be easier.
I'm out.
Okay. I'm still holding mine. It's small enough to be not super, for me, I'm just seeing about a little bit longer term movement, but I got to take bigger size for pre-market, really. Let me see what else we got. We got AMD, MBST.
Oh, watch. I'm going to regret it now.
It happens, bro. It happens.
Oh, well. Yep.
It's not guaranteed to work now. I mean, it's just consolidating. When I usually take small positions, it depends on how big of sizing I'm in. So if I'm in with really small size, I don't mind letting it try to work. Like, I guess my goal for this is up here to like 225s. We get up to 225s, I'm loving it. But if not, that's okay too.
The way I look at it is if I make $5-10 on an overall trade, I'm extremely happy. I have a day job.
Yeah. Right, for sure. Exactly. That's why I make money regardless. You know what I mean? And so I don't, do I want my day trading to turn out well? Of course, but I'm not going to risk too much money. And that's why, like, people got to understand, like, people get mad at me. If you've been around the stream, like, people get weird with me because I trade too small sometimes. They're like, oh, you're only making $50, $100 a day. That's too small. It's like, bro, this is my real money. I'm not trying to just give this back to the market. Like, I'm not paper trading here. Like, this is my real money. Like, this is my $35,000. Like, I'm not just right. Like, I'm not trying to just devote, or I'm not just trying to donate that to the stock market. I'm trying to build that. And so you better believe I'm going to trade small. I'm going to trade small.
And then with every bit of my earnings, I always reinvest. And sometimes I put it in the stocks I'm looking at as a short-term trade. But most of the time, I toss it into my long-term holds.
Right. Exactly. And that's what I do too. Like, I'm holding Disney. I'm holding a few of them. I'm holding a few long-term holds. Love Disney long-term.
I moved into Carnival and Royal Caribbean cruise lines during the recovery play. Nice. I'm going to be holding those for a long time. I see that becoming very big again.
Nice. Yeah, for sure. And I can see that. I think, I don't know. I might disagree with you there. I don't know. I'm skeptical of the cruise ship industry. It's hard for me to tell. Okay, so I can see the benefit of it, but I don't know. I don't know enough about it. And I'll be honest about it. I don't know enough about the carnival or the cruise ship industry. I knew it was massively affected by COVID. Where are they at now? What are some cruise ship symbols? I know we got CCL, Carnival Cruise. Oh, and they're doing good.
Yeah.
And I still think they're pretty cheap.
Yeah.
They're still pretty cheap relative to where they were before all this craziness. So I don't mind these either. Man, I wish I could have gotten. So I bought a lot of stuff after COVID. So right after COVID, I bought a lot of stuff after the COVID crash because it's like some of them were just self-evident plays. Like, okay, MGM is down 75%. MGM's not dying. I'm going to buy that. Or United Airlines. Like, the government's not going to let UAL fail after COVID. So I bought that. There were a few of them. Uber. I bought Uber. Uber crashed after COVID. And I know Uber is one of the biggest emerging companies in the last 10 years. I bought that after COVID. And we were able to capitalize mostly. Carnival was down huge. I wish I would have caught that one though. Look at this dip in Carnival after COVID. And there's just patient plays, guys. So, like, if you could be patient for these moves, if you could wait and find extended moves, and honestly, like I said, this $20 pullback doesn't look terrible on a technical perspective for Carnival. On a technical basis, this little $20 pullback doesn't look horrible.
Yeah, I'm actually down a little bit right now because I entered in back in March. But I see a big bounce coming. Right.
For CCL?
Yeah. And basically, what needs to happen is the Delta variant needs to kind of disappear almost.
Chill out a little bit.
Get under control. Once we get this COVID situation, this pandemic situation under control, you're going to start seeing a lot of your big amusement park plays, your hotels, your cruise liners, your travel. A lot of that stuff really start to come back into the mainstream, and you're going to see it start to grow again.
Right. I kind of agree. I think that I tend to agree. I think that though you have some traders that are doom and gloom, and then you have other traders that are bullish. And I'm bullish on the market long term. Like I think the market's going to go up long term. And of course, that's what I'm usually trying to correlate and play off of. I see a few people telling me about BYSI doing the same pattern I talked about this morning, and it absolutely did. And again, guys, I mean, I don't know how many times I really got to show you guys this, but it works over and over again. It literally works over and over again. Listen, get yourself some high-powered scanners like Benzinga. Benzinga's got some really dope, really great scans. And if you want to check out the Benzinga scanners, I'll post it here. You know, if you get some good scanners on Benzinga, you can find these setups and strategies. You know, a lot of people are talking about the same strategy we talked about. And again, we'll go over the pattern one more time here because I think it's important. It's important for you guys to understand this pattern. All right, again, what do we have? We have a gap up with no volume. All right, that's the first step. All right, the second step is looking for a huge influx of volume in pre-market. So you can see this huge surge in pre-market. And again, guys, what did we say? We said wait for it to rip over the VWAP or really just push up to the VWAP and pull back some. After we get the big volume surge, you buy the pullback here. You ride the bounce. Usually, guys, I'm covering by the time I get here. Anywhere around here, I'm covering, usually. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to work again. But, you know, you let it play out more and more in pre-market, it'll fade back down, it'll move back up. And so this is less reliable in my opinion. Not even considering the overall direction, just saying it's less reliable because it might come back down and go back up. But if you wait for that big influx of volume surge in pre-market and you buy the pullback after the VWAP, it's going to work a huge percentage of the time, in my opinion. Can't guarantee it will, but from my understanding, it will. And I think if you guys look at this pattern, it works. You know, it certainly works. All right.
Hey, bud, I'm gonna have to hop out of here real quick.
Hey, no stress, brother.
Yeah, man.
Everybody go check out Uncle Smokey. I'll give you a little plug here because Uncle Smokey's got some great content. If you want the rundown on penny stocks, guys, go check out Uncle Smokey's channel. I'll post his link. And great channel, a lot of great videos. If you're into MMAT or if you're holding MMAT, you definitely want to subscribe. But even if not, go subscribe to Uncle Smokey. I'm sure he'll be on stream again one day. And there's the link. You can also find the link in the description. I just posted it both in the chat and it's also in the description, guys. So y'all go check it out. And I appreciate you coming on the show, bro.
Appreciate you, John. Thanks so much.
Hey, of course, man. Have a good day, bro.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
See you. All right, guys. So we're back here. And we're watching some stuff here. BYSI is certainly on the list. And again, the strategy, I might have to start scaling up with this strategy. I'm going to make a poll in chat right now. I'm going to do a poll. I want you guys to let me know, do you think I should scale up? Do you think I should scale up with this new pre-market strategy? You know what I mean? Yes or no? Answer the question. It's a poll in chat right now. You can go to the chat. You can see the poll. We just asked it in the chat. Do you think I should scale up with this new strategy? To be honest, it looks extremely profitable. Extremely profitable. Should I scale up in the future? Like next week, should I take some size with this strategy? Should I buy some size here? You know, let me know what you think. And again, it's really important to understand the difference here. You're going to have some normal VWAP reclaims. Like if we look at, say, A and Y or something like that, like you're going to have little reclaims like this where it goes up and it goes down and all that stuff. That is not what we're specifically targeting here with this strategy. What we're specifically targeting here with this strategy is huge influxes of volume after a slow pre-market. So again, slow pre-market, dead, slow, boring, nothing moving here. Huge influx of volume coming in. Look at before, look at after. Huge influx of volume. We get the move up. We get the pullback. We're targeting this pullback right here. We're buying on these pullbacks to the VWAP, and we're scalping the bounce out. Very profitable. Works extremely well. Extremely well. And most of the chat seems to think so as well. We have the poll here in chat, and 81% of you think I should scale up with this strategy. And I think that's 84% out of 64 votes. 80% now think I should scale up with this strategy. 20% said no. Let me know why in the chat. Let me know why. Yeah, Annie, we're looking at Annie. We're watching Annie. If you have the patience to do it, hey, thank you. Mitchell, man, you just missed the man to talk to MMAT and those about. So Uncle Smokey just left. He was really the guy for MMAT. I don't know enough about MMAT to say good or bad things about it. It's just one of the ones that I'm watching to see if we get some volatility. It's just not really my style of trade. But check out Uncle Smokey, Mitchell. I appreciate the donation, though. I'm certainly watching MMAT. I think it's got a cult-like following, and I think that whenever a stock has a following like that, we have the propensity to make big squeezes up. And so we're watching that. Also, XCLA here. XCLA is one that I'm watching just because it's been one of the largest squeezes out of the market lately. So XCLA has put in huge squeezes in the market lately, powerful moves in the market. And so, we're watching these. I'm mostly watching XCLA on a can it hold basis. If we look at this, every time XCLA pops, it usually fails. This latest squeeze, though, has been a little bit different. So if we can hold over like $3, then I think that's really bullish of XCLA. I think if you look at $3 here, $3 has been a pretty big psychological support level, whole dollar level that a lot of people are paying attention to. And so I think people are watching that. But regardless, hey, I appreciate the donation, Mitchell. Thank you very much, brother. Shout out to Mitchell with coming in with the $5 dono. Thank you, brother. We got a lot of push-ups we got to do today. I might have to get Carol in here to help me. But yeah, thank you, brother. Hey, I appreciate that for sure. Thank you, Mitchell, for that $5, bro. Only if you're comfortable. Hey, I appreciate it. I think we'll be okay. It depends on how big I'm scaling up. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be making a video about it, Mindful. I'm definitely going to be making a video about it. That's the first thing I thought of, is that definitely want to make a video about it. Hey, thank you, Ash. Well, you are good with that. You are good with what you do. You should definitely scale up. But then again, it's up to you, financial advice. Not financial advice. Yeah, for sure. 80-20 everywhere. Yeah, for sure. All right, nice. I buy 95% of pre-market and do $100 to $300 a day. Nice. And that's what I'm kind of looking at here. That's what I'm kind of looking at. But no, I'm definitely going to make a video about that strategy. Your system works and you seem mentally ready. Hey, thank you. I think I am too, bro. I think I'm doing well. I think that I have the confidence in the system, because that's really about scaling up. Scaling up is about confidence. And I think I'm there. But thank you, Momento. I appreciate that, brother. He said, I hope you size up in general before the hot months, because I know you'll be feasting during then. Yeah, for sure. For sure. ANY. Yeah, a lot of people talking about ANY. ANY is trying to reclaim the VWAP here. If we zoom in here, ANY is trying to reclaim the VWAP. We'll see what happens. It's at 505 right now. At 505. We'll see what we get. So yeah, let's see what happens. We got 30 minutes until the opening bell, guys. 30 minutes. What happened to the SPY here? We'll see if ANY can hold the VWAP. Let's look at $5, which is a confirmed level underneath this. Let's see if the SPY can actually hold here. So the SPY, been a little bit spontaneous, hasn't put in some crazy moves or anything like that, but we're definitely watching the SPY. It's at 441.80. So let's see what happens there. KXIN making moves. So we can look at KXIN here and see that too. Yeah, KXIN is moving up, and I'm still holding my 50 shares. So pretty small, not a huge trade or anything like that. We're going to take half off here. We're going to sell the bid, get out of half, and then hold the rest. See if we can, capitalize on a little bit larger move. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at for Ennius, to see if we can hold the $5 mark. It's got to get over any and it's got to get over the VWAP and hold. And so that's what we're really waiting on. Best is gapping up a little bit. ATHX, GDYN, WPRT gapping up a little bit. A lot of these are gapping up, but they're just slow. MVST, highly talked about stock right now. Highly talked about stock. Bitcoin also made a huge, crazy rip here. Here's Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin made a huge rip. It's at 408. So we're certainly watching that. Yeah, we're definitely watching AMC as well. So here's AMC, guys. So we're definitely watching AMC as well. AMC's at 33.90. So I was looking to see if we could hold at 34. We just couldn't. We're looking at Hood. Hood is ripping up in pre-market. Hood bouncing, guys. So breaking news, Hood is ripping up to $55. So Robinhood, rip it up here. So we're going to see what happens. Hood is ripping up big. So let's see what happens now. DraftKings. Any breaking over the VWAP. Yeah, look at Hood, guys. Hood is up to $55 a share. So Hood is absolutely ripping up here. You know, we could also look at any. A lot of people are talking about any back over the VWAP. And look, where did it hold, guys? Where did we talk about? It held at $5. And now it's pushing up here. Now, we'll see about this VWAP reclaim. It's a little bit different than some of these other ones, but we're watching it regardless. We're also looking at MVST. What am I holding right now? Which is the one I'm holding? I forgot. Is it KXIN? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Let me fix this scanner here. I'm realizing the scanner. There we go. All right, so we're still in KXIN. I see Flex in here. Small short moves. WPRT's trying. We got AMC sitting at 33.80s. We've got Rick. We got Rito. We got AMCX. We got MVST trying to make big moves. MVST sitting at 12.22s. All right, Hood is still ripping up, guys. 56.20s for Hood. 56.20s right now. SPY is still trying to hold too. Yeah, Hood news. So let's see what the news for Hood was here. So Robinhood is going to report second quarter earnings on Wednesday, August 18th after the market close. Is what the news is. So they're going to announce second quarter earnings August 18th, which is in 12 days after market close for Hood. And so that is the news for Hood right here. So we can look at it. The question is, are you buying Hood here? That's the question. Are you buying Hood? Any at 525s? So any and Hood ripping up here. Here's any. Any did rip over the VWAP, actually hold that VWAP level, and then it continued up here. So any and Hood looking great. Big volume spike. So at least we're going to have some exciting stuff into the opening bell, guys. We got 25 minutes into the opening bell. At least we're going to have some excitement there. We got Hood ripping. We got any ripping. We've got... a lot of different stuff. We're still holding KXIN on a small basis. And we're just going to let this ride and see if we can start breaking highs maybe into the opening bell. We're holding 25 shares, not super worried about it. But Hood is still ripping up. It's at 56.70s. Let me know right now. Are you buying Robinhood, guys? Are you buying it? Let me know. Nice, Joel. Joel said, I got an any at $5 and out at 540. Hey, killer trade, brother. Congrats. 58 is the first big resistance level on Hood. All right, so let's look at it. Let's see. So 58. Yeah, I mean, let me extend this to the left and see if we have some other confirmation. Yeah, from yesterday, it's definitely that. So 58, big level for sure. Definitely agree. $60 as well. I think $60 and 58 or above us are big resistance levels that we should watch to see if we hold over. And we'll see. We're waiting on it, guys. We're waiting on it. Let me go ahead and close the poll. So out of the poll, we had 73%. Let me see if it, 72% said yes, 27% said no, and that's at 141 votes. So thanks for voting on the poll, guys. But yeah, Hood is ripping up. Let me know if you're buying it, guys. I think a lot of people are going to be front loading into Hood. I think a lot of people are going to be front loading into Hood now that they know earnings is coming out, speculating that they're going to have favorable earnings. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the earnings are going to be good or bad on Hood? Nobody really knows. But again, I think a lot of people are front loading into this. Trying to take advantage of, bullish sentiment from the earnings and possibly good earnings as well. Again, AMC ripping down to 33.60s. KXIN still holding here. We're green. We're going to let it work and just kind of ride with it. ANY, guys, still push it up. The big support level underneath us now is 525, I believe. It's right around 525. So right here, I think is a major support level. This one here. So I think 525, big support level. I think that's a huge milestone in this one's movement. And so we'll see if we can hold over that. Buying and holding Hood, Liana says, nice. Front loading just means you're buying it in anticipation of something. You know what I mean? So front loading is just saying you're buying in anticipation of something. Hey, Daniel with the member. Hey, thank you for becoming a member, brother. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to Daniel for becoming a member, man. Hey, I appreciate the support for sure, brother. Remember when we all hated GameStop because their leadership was sketchy? Yeah, for sure. Scar says, I think earnings will be good, but the stock will drop as stocks do on news. They will bounce back later in the day. Possible for sure. Spacula says Hood will be 100 plus with time, in my opinion. They make a ton of money, and it will always have a lot of eyes on it because of the drama, but I'm not an expert. This is not financial advice. I tend to agree. As much as I dislike Robinhood in some ways, I think that they'll probably be fine. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be able to have Connor on the show. The reason we're not going to be able to have Connor on the show is because he literally started streaming at the same time as me after he came on the show. So I'm not saying he did it intentionally. I'm just saying, we're not going to bring anybody on that's streaming and competing directly with me, unfortunately. Have not touched Hood to date. Freaks me out. I hope I don't miss out on too much. I think Hood will be okay. I think Hood will be okay. For any, I'm looking to see if we actually hold at this 533 level. So we're looking to hold at 533. We're going to see what happens. But still in KXIN, watching it. We're going to see what happens there as well. We got ANY that we're looking at as well. We've got CTEC, SPPI, APRN. We got a few big gap downs. Hey, thank you, High Performance Trucking. Hey, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Shout out to you. We got a few new members today, so I appreciate the love, guys. Of course, yeah, smash that bell. Thank you for hitting that subscribe button. Certainly appreciate it. Thank you guys for all the support. Really means a lot. Appreciate the love, guys. But yeah, here's Hood right here. So we got Hood. It's up to 56.60s. So making moves here. We're going to see if these pullbacks get bought into. So we're always looking at the low of some of these pullbacks to see if they get bought into or not. Hey, what's up, Austin? Hey, good morning, brother. Good to see you here, man. Scale that big rip up in Hood for a quick, easy 200. Nice, James. Congrats, bro. Good trade. Good trade. Tracking Hood until 9:15. Liana? Yeah, for sure. I'm looking to see if we hold over 56.40 right now. That's what I'm looking at. I'm just looking to see if we hold over 56.40. Check out my view right now, though, guys. Check out my view. We got the good view. We got this good view over here, man. We're hanging out. Loving it. Loving it right now. Loving it. Great show. You've been watching for a long time. Great show. I've been watching for a long time. You have the touch. Hey, thank you, BWAP. I appreciate that, brother. Appreciate the support, bro. Yeah, the show's been going on for a long time, man. Before it was cool to stream, before it was cool to talk about stocks, we've been streaming since way before then. But yeah, thank you, Danny. Thank you, Ramsey. Nah, y'all can't. No, y'all don't know where I live, sir. Let me know what your favorite stock is today and why, guys. Hood did bounce, so Hood is bouncing here. Let me know what your favorite stock is today and why. I gotta say, Hood is certainly one that I might be scalping today on the upside if it moves up. If we get some like red to green type of patterns today, I will certainly be attacking those on the upside. That's usually what I'm looking for. So we're watching for that for Hood. We're watching for that for AMC. We're watching that for a lot of these. We're still holding KXIN here, and it's just consolidating. We're looking at MVST, another highly talked about stock that I don't think we've talked about enough for today's show. Here's MVST at 1205s. So we're looking at 1205, so we're going to see what happens. Looking at SWCH. Looking at WPRT. Looking at KXIN sitting at 211s. We're watching that. We have ECOR start to rip, guys. ECOR starting to rip up now. It's at 115s. We're watching that. Still looking at any. Still watching KXIN. We got BTBT that we're also going to be keeping an eye on today as well. WPRT coming soon. We got hot stocks. Hot stocks coming soon with John in the morning on WPRT YouTube radio. We got BTBT ripping up. It's at 1550s, guys. We're watching that. We got KXIN on the move here, so we're looking at that. We're still holding a little bit of that. We're also watching A&Y. A&Y has been putting in big moves, and then Hood. Those are my top watches. We're going to go ahead and build a watch list and show you guys. Thanks, I guess, Tiger Woods. Please don't tell people where I live, sir. I appreciate it. I mean, I don't, nothing against you. I don't know if you did that out of like malicious intent, but I'd rather people not know exactly where I live, sir. Anyways, but we're watching Hood. This is my watch list, really. We're watching Any. We're watching Hood. We're watching KXIN. We're watching MVST. We're watching BTBT. And we're watching AMC, of course. Those are the four. This is the 6 stocks that we're mostly watching today. These are the big 6 that we're looking at. Not you trading with Austin. I don't think. Yeah, you're good, Tiger. Yeah, I know you're supporting, bro. You're good, bro. I don't think you did that out of malicious intent, like I said. But don't know if I want people to know exactly where we live. Hey, good morning, Terry. Hope you're well. Good morning, good morning. So yeah, Hood did bounce here, guys. And remember, we drew this level here and we held. So we're getting really good. And this is the same type of levels that we're scalping off of. So if you can get a good grasp of technical analysis, you're going to be able to identify these. AMD first 30 minutes or bust, FOMO, because if I hit it, will be 5 days in a row, danger zone. Hey, I'm going to try AMD today, but I don't care about the direction. So AMD can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways. It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I don't want it to go sideways. That's true. But regardless of any of that, Hood is ripping up big. Anyways, I'll still probably trade AMD today. All right, guys, we got 16 minutes. 16 minutes. I would really like to raise my desk, but I don't know if I can. Hey, 15 minutes into the bell. Your Discord needs a little work. I can help if you want. Crispy, regardless of how good you are at Discord, I just don't know you. And so I'm not going to give the keys to my Discord to anybody I don't know. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate the offer though, but yeah, I just I don't know you, brother. You know, and I've just heard some horror stories about like channels that have had like their entire Discord community deleted by like bitter or weird haters and stuff like that. So I just choose not to, sir. Maybe I'm a little bit too careful sometimes. All right, so we still had KXI. It's at 214s. We're watching that. We've got MVST on the list. It's at 1207s. We've got AMC on the list. It's at 34. So we're watching 34 with AMC. We're going to see if AMC can hold over 34. Hood is running into that $58 resistance that somebody else mentioned here, and that I also tend to agree with. That $58 is a big resistance level. And so we're also running into that. But these are my main watches right now. Tony, hey. All right, so we got 560s here. We're watching 560s on Hood. We got SWCH. We've got ECOR. AMD. Okay, so yeah. Let me know what your favorite stock is, guys. The opening bell is here. Let me know what your favorite stock is right now. I do kind of want to raise my desk. I'm just worried if I can. I should be able to. Let me see. Let me know, guys. What are you watching at the opening bell? Let me know. Hey, yes, sir. Let's make some money today. Good luck, guys. Let me know what you're watching at the opening bell, guys. Let's do it. I see my camera's a little bit crooked. There we go. That's much better. So let me know what you're watching at the opening bell. Good luck, Christian. BTBT, great setup. Yeah, we're definitely going to be watching BTBT as well. We got ECOR, we got BTBT, we got KXIN. It's not a bad Friday. I mean, we got some stuff that's moving on Friday, so it's not bad. It's volatile enough for me to be interested in this Friday. So it's certainly volatile enough for me to be interested in it. And so we'll see what happens. But we're watching MVIS. We're watching KXIN. You know, we're watching ANY. Hood, of course. Everybody's watching Hood right now. And we're seeing if he can break over 58. That's the real step. It's kind of got to break over 58. And, like, we'll see. I got here like 10 minutes ago. How come I don't see any moves happening? Well, we got Hood that's making huge rips. Just ripped up in the last 20 minutes from 53 to 58. A really big, you know, percentage move, about 4 or 5%. We got ANY here that recently ripped all the way back over the VWAP and got huge volume from pre-market. It's sitting at 522s right now, 523s. And we're watching to see if it can hold over 525. We also have MVST, which is putting in pretty big movement, but it's sitting right at $12. So we want to see if MVST can hold at 12. So we're watching that. We got GRPN. We're going to watch that one and see what happens there as well. We got SWCH. We have GRPN, AMTI. We got CSOD. We got Zest. We got CTEC. So yeah, we got enough to make it interesting this morning. KXI is still struggling to hold over the VWAP. We're going to see if we actually can here. TLRY. TLOI is definitely interesting. It's a cannabis stock. It's up to 1460s. It's certainly one that I'm paying attention to. If we look at TLOI. NVAX dumped. CTEC. getting some volume in pre-market here. We got ECOR that ripped up a little bit, but I don't know how good the volume is or what the float is like here, but we're watching ECOR as well. You can see ECOR guys is starting to run a little bit. Hey, good morning, Eddie, or Edward, sorry. All right, so Aaron P says Hood mini chasers Wednesday and Thursday with entries of $60 plus, not selling additional shares. So yeah, it's not diluting the company. But timing is intentionally squeezy. Will offer nice range, but be careful with this news plus resistance above. Yeah, for sure. We did reject at 58, so whoever called that out was right. And like I said, I tended to agree with them when they said that. So that $58 level did reject. We did reject at 58 bucks on on Hood. And so we're going to see what happens there. We got 8 minutes until the opening bell, guys. Again, the opening bell, let me know what you're watching right now. Any popping off of VWAP here. So let's take a look at any. Yeah, so any's still struggling to hold over the VWAP. So we're going to see what happens. I want to see if it holds over 525 is really what I want to see with any. 525 is really the level at which I'm really focusing on this one. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We got SWCH making moves. We've got AMTI. We've got GDYN. We've got KXIN. We've got ANY. Or KXIN is dumping down here. So we got to make a decision. I'm probably just going to jump out of this and keep it break even. Oh, I have this set to... Why is it rejecting my order? I'm not trying to short it. I'm trying to exit. Oh, I've got 100 shares selected. That's why. Duh. I'm dumb. What the heck? All right. Oh, I've got 25 shares. Okay, sorry for the noise, guys. There we go. I'm out break even for KXIN. And we'll still watch it at the opening bell. It doesn't mean it's necessarily done. It just means that we're not going to hold it through the opening bell. We're just going to reset, get ready to trade the opening bell. All right, so we're still looking at ANY here. ANY still chilling at 520, still chilling at 520. So we got 6 minutes until the opening bell. Again, so here's a rundown on what we have today, guys. So we have AMC sitting at $34, just under $34, kind of trying to get over that resistance level. We've got Hood, which ripped all the way up to $58 on news that second quarter results were going to be dropping on August 18th. And now we're testing that previous low at about $56 or about $56.25, $56.50 to see if we're going to hold that level. We actually just retraced this entire candle, but we're watching Hood. A lot of people are paying attention to it. We got KXIN that recently dropped below the VWAP, but is still gapping up on a pretty good catalyst. We've got MVST that is breaking back over the VWAP. It's at 1220s, starting to get some volume, and this is one of the ones that Wall Street Bets is certainly paying attention to. So if we look at the most discussed stocks on Wall Street Bets, we have Robinhood at number 1, MVST at number 2, the SPY at number 3, AMC at number 4, AMD at number 5, number 6 is GameStop, number 7 is MVIS, number 8 is Moderna, number 9 is McAfee, and number 10 is Cloudflare. So those are what Wall Street Bets is watching the most. Again, that list is Robinhood, MVST, SPY, AMC, AMD, GameStop, and MVIS, Moderna, McAfee, and Cloudflare. Those are the 10 stocks that Wall Street Bets are watching and that are getting mentioned really on Wall Street Bets the most. And so we're certainly paying attention to a lot of those as well. Again, ANY, probably my favorite penny stock if we're talking about penny stocks. Hood, definitely my favorite higher cap stock if we're talking about higher caps. We're also, again, we're still going to watch KXIN, even though it stopped me out a little bit, break even. ECOR is somewhat interesting. It's testing highs. Now it's starting to break these highs. It's at 120 for ECOR. And so we're certainly watching this for ECOR as well. And we'll see what happens. We've got 4 minutes, guys, 4 minutes. Ooh, out of breath. Been yelling. Yeah, you can cancel 5 minutes. You can get out 5 minutes before the bell. I mean, if it ripped below the VWAP, that's fine. You know, that's all we're really looking for is just to rip below the VWAP. Yeah. Watch your spreads. Yes, sir. Any still making moves, guys. So we're definitely watching any now. Any is up to 536 at this point in time. And again, this is the support level we're looking for it to hold over. So a lot of the time, this is what I call a micro pullback. So like we'll move up to a high and then we'll pull back to that previous support. So look at this previous support. And ideally, we just want to see it hold here. So ideally, we just want to see it hold over this 530 level, 533 to be specific, 535, 533, right around there. Right. And then we want to see a move back up to test this. And eventually, I think we might get rejected at 550 right here, but it's still worthwhile watching. Like here's 550. We're going to be paying attention to that certainly at the opening bell. We got 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. Let's do this. We do have Hood that's also bouncing here, guys. So here's Hood bouncing at 57.60s. So we're watching Hood bounce there. I didn't know that sub, but I'm out. I'm out of all my trades. So, you know, hey, nice Kelly. Yeah, ECOR is looking good. Hood did bounce there. So look at the level we drew, and we bounced right off of that. So we had the 58 level that somebody else called out, but we also had this low down here that we drew, and we bounced exactly off of that level. And it's exactly why technical analysis is important to understand, because if you can understand it, again, you can pretty reliably predict some of these spots. Pretty reliably. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes into the opening bell. Let's do this. Hey, we got 640 people here already. So hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We do this live, completely free, every single weekday morning right here on YouTube. So if you haven't already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell so you'll get an alert anytime we go live or drop a new video just like this. Again, there's Hood. Hood's testing 58 right now. So we're watching Hood certainly. And we're going to see what happens here, guys. So we got 57.80s, 2 minutes. Less than a minute really now. So we got less than a minute. We got about 50 seconds. So Hood is testing that $58 level. So Hood is still trying to break over 58 bucks. Still watching any. Still going to keep an eye on KXIN. Watching ECOR now as well. ECOR is definitely one to pay attention to. Just based off of volatility alone. And MVST is certainly one that we're watching as well. That's mostly it. I mean, I see CTEC. Nothing out really kind of floats my boat here. But we got ANY. Again, Hood, KXIN, and ECOR. Those maybe BTBT will throw in the mix too, just because BTBT just recently reclaimed the VWAP. And so I'm going to put all these up, and we're going to get ready to trade these. So good luck. Here's the opening bell, and yeah, good luck, guys. All right, here's the bell. Good luck, guys. All right, so there's the bell. Let's do this. Let me get this banner out the way now. So there's the opening bell. So from what I'm seeing originally at the opening bell, we've got 1590s there. We did get KXIN spiking up a little bit at the opening bell, it looks like. So, or no, it's down some actually. So we got Ivan. We got Hood ripping up, guys, at the opening bell. Hood is up to 59.40s. 59.40s for Hood. 59.70s for Hood. So again, let's look at that $60 level. I think that $60 level is certainly relevant here. So I think a lot of people are watching that $60 level. So everybody, let's pay attention to that. Hood's testing that $60 level right now. We're going to see what happens. It's up to 59.50 here. 59.50. Let's see if it gets over that level. It's a major resistance level. You can see it confirmed that multiple times yesterday, and so it might reject here, which is exactly what it did. It doesn't mean it's over with yet. It could always reclaim and start retesting that level. But, you know, it certainly held the level we talked about, which was $60 here. So we're still paying attention to it, guys. From what I'm seeing in the market right now, nothing really is going on. AMC's down to 33s. KXIN is down to 206. ECOR is down to 117s. And it might rip up and break that 120 level, though. WPRT is popping up a little bit. So WPRT is on the move. It's up to 460s. So look at WPRT. It's on the move. It's up to 460s. MVST is dumping down. The SPY itself here, guys. So the SPY itself is starting to rip up. It's at 442s here. So the SPY reclaimed, looked good. Probably should have held that old position, but it's okay. We got Weber here that a lot of people are paying attention to as well. WEBR at 1914 here, guys. WEBR at 1914s. Hood just rejected at 60, guys. And I tried to warn you here. I mean, I didn't say it would reject at 60, but I told you guys that 60 might be a resistance level, and that it was. So big rejection on Hood at 60 bucks. Major drop there. And I'm wondering if, you know, what's going to happen with the rest of these. AMC is down to 32s. We're watching AMD as well. But Hood, big rejection there. Big rejection as the SPY completely rips up. AMD ripped up as well. So let's see if we can scalp some of AMD here. All right, so we're in AMD, scalping it with 25 shares. Maybe we'll add some more. Maybe we'll buy on a pullback is probably what I'm thinking here. We get a pullback to I don't know. So 25 shares is it's not a small position. I'll say that. It's not really a small position here. So there's 70s. Okay, that looks good. See how high this go? 80s. Nice. All right, so we just capitalized a little bit. Man, they gave me a bad fill there. It's okay. So we're watching AMD. AMD's ripping up. We're looking for some red to green moves elsewhere as well. So we'll still trade AMD, I think. Let me switch the scanners over here to regular scanners. So right now, AMD's absolutely hammering up here. Hood breaking lows, but still trying to hold at that 56.30 level that we talked about this morning. So Hood's still trying to hold. We got WPRT that's also rising up some. Not quite the volume that I want to see here for WPRT, but it's still moving enough to be interested in. So we're still watching that here. Right, so we're buying in on the pullback on AMD here. We'll see if this ends up working out for us. We bought the pullback. We're holding 50 shares. We just want to see it rip back up to test 112s. And we got one. So we're going to take half off of there. And we're going to ride the rest up, hopefully, and break these highs at 112s, which is exactly what we talked about. Let's see if we can break the high. We'll cover there just to protect the trade. Made $15 from it. And maybe we'll buy another pullback here if we get it. So far, so good there. We're up on the day now after that trade, which is great. We'll take it. Looking for some reversals and some other stuff. Just kind of hanging out, waiting. The SPY is really ripping up and breaking highs here. So the SPY is making huge moves right now, guys. Huge moves on the SPY. Still going to look at AMD, although if we look at the previous closing price here, this is a level that, we should probably pay attention to, this previous closing price. That previous closing price is a big influential level. So we're watching that previous closing price now to see how it holds there, and we'll see what happens. All right, so we're testing that previous closing price for AMD now. ECOR completely pressed back up here. And we also have KXIN that did as well. So KXIN over the VWAP, ECOR over the VWAP, AMD testing the previous closing price, WPRT pulling back some here. So we got a lot of different stuff to watch that we're going to maybe buy into. Like KXIN pulls back to the VWAP, we might buy some. We're also scalping a little bit of Apple right now. So we're scalping a little bit of Apple. We just took half off. And, we'll see what happens. Building up some profit on the day and just kind of riding this. Well, we made a little $5 on Apple there, and we're buying in on this penny stock ECOR. We're buying this pullback here, seeing if we can capitalize on a quick little spike. So 80 shares though. We're gonna add a little bit more here, get 105, and then probably keep it at that. I see KXIN and ECOR just dumped down here, guys. So I do not like that move at all. We're going to bail out. 266 loss. We're going to keep it small. I do not like that drop at all. It might rebound. Just too much risk for me. Apple moving up a little bit. We pull back some on Apple. We might buy a little bit more. Again, a lot of the time it's following the SPY here. So we're going to watch the SPY and see what the SPY does. SPY pulling back a little bit. So we might get some pullbacks in some of these as well. But Apple still looks interesting. KXIN tried to break the VWAP, but it eventually just got rejected back down here. So we're watching this, but it's definitely not our favorite. CXDC. Guys, CXDC penny stock running at 80 cents right now. At 80 cents, CXDC. We also have Vivo. Vivo making big rips, big moves here. AMD breaking over that previous close. And the market itself is just pulling back some. So here's the SPY, and this is what's influencing everything else. So here's the SPY. This is a big pullback here. Now, we're watching this pre-market level right here. See if we can hold that. Where's the pre-market high? The pre-market high is right around us now. So I think that's the first step. Let's see if we can hold that pre-market high level. I'm also buying into Apple right now with 30 shares. And we're just going to see if we get a big pop up for Apple. So we're a little bitty trade here in Apple, but we're going to see if we can make it work. Okay, nice. Take a little bit off there just to capitalize on the win. We're also in AMD simultaneously here. We're at 25 shares. Scalping out of AMD, caught the rip. We're gonna get out there. So we just caught that rip on AMD, attacking that upward trend again. Still in Apple here. It's looking for about, it's only holding 15 shares, so keeping it really small in risk. There's 47s, 48s. We're gonna get out there. Too much, holding it for too long. How's the chat doing, guys? Let me catch up on the chat. MVST, Rip, Hood. What's Hood doing? Hood's still trying. MVST, it's trying to reclaim. It's not looking terrible. ECOR faked me out completely, unfortunately. All right, so glad I got out of Apple when I did. Look at KXIN, guys. KXIN is starting to pop. And we also have ABST. So look at KXIN. It's testing this high of this range right here. So KXIN testing the high of this range. If we pull back, I might buy some. Like 100 shares. See if it works. Currently, my P&L on the day is a whopping $14. But it's a Friday, so we're being a little bit more hesitant in this. Right, so here's a new candle here. Like I said, we pull back, we might buy a little bit of this. There's 14s. Didn't catch it. I don't want to buy high of the days, but we're going to try it anyway. Wanted the pullback, just never got it. So we're going to take profits immediately here since it is a high of the day play trade and scale out of this. I don't usually take high of the days unless I see momentum really start to show up. And there we did. So little baby trade. We'll see what happens. AMD is steady ripping up here though. Huge rip over the previous closing price, pulling back some. We got to pull back to 113s. We might buy it. Here's another pullback on ECOR that I think is going to be noticeably more interesting. 50 shares on ECOR, 50 shares. 100 shares now. Apple is fully breaking down on the downside, which is usually pretty good for me. Let's see if we get a bounce. AMD ripping up again here, guys. AMD ripping up. All right, so still sitting here with my 100 shares in ECOR. Not going to let it take up too much of my attention, to be honest here. mRNA. John, if you didn't have a channel and have to take trades online, you would not take many of these trades. Yeah, I would. 100% would. Yeah, we're going to get out there. Because, again, I don't know if you've watched the stream lately, but my system has been incredibly profitable. So I certainly would continue to take most of these trades for sure. Mostly just because I'm not going to change my system for anything. I don't care about the chat or anything else. My system has been incredibly profitable lately. Incredibly profitable. There's no way that... there's no way I'm just taking trades for the stream here, you know. Again, I mean, my results speak for themselves, to be honest. We're scalping Apple on the way down here, riding it down. And we're gonna see what happens. Scalping out here, running this down. We're going to get out here because it's a pop. So a little bitty small win there. Currently, we are now up $20 on the day. And we're going to see what else we can capitalize on. SPY steading. The SPY is moving back up, so. Yeah, but I mean, 10 cents. A lot of the time I'm taking less than 10 cents with this system. So a lot of the time I'm taking, 5 cents. It's a scalping system. So the whole point is not to take huge ranges. It's just to be able to capitalize on the ranges that you see. All right, so we added 20 shares here to Apple. We might add some more on a move up here. The only problem is that the market is moving up. And if we get a huge rip, we're not going to take any more. So we're going to be safe. We're just looking for just to break down short term. All right, there's 16s. We'll add one more position to this, and then if it breaks over 25, we're going to get out. All right, so my entry is 08. Just kind of building up a cushion on the day for now. Again, establishing a pretty decent risk level in a lot of these, and market is more in my favor now, so I might add some more to this, to be honest. 15s, we'll wait. 20s, this is where we have to, yeah, we're just going to bail out there. So we got out, pretty small loss. We'll come back to it, I'm sure, and probably show that again. Yeah, no, for sure, JP, I understand. I'm just saying, like, a lot of you guys got to understand, like, these are just feeler trades. So, if, for instance, the reason I took ECOR is because KXIN was ripping up big, right? And because KXIN was ripping up big, a lot of the time they'll kind of follow suit. And that's what I'm ultimately attacking, All right, so here's AMD. We're watching AMD here pretty closely. Yeah, oof. I got squeezed out of Apple just now. So we're down on the day slightly, but we took a swing with the profits we had, and we'll kind of regroup. Choppiness right now in the market, so we're gonna have to slow down. The only one, like, if you see any mid and high caps that are not choppy, let me know. We still got KXIN, that looks great. Just no pullback areas yet for me. No pullback areas yet. We're still looking at Hood, and I know a lot of people are watching Hood right now. So Hood, very strong movement here, and we might buy a little bit of this. We just got to figure out what kind of share size we want to take for it. We're gonna take 10 shares, which is a big share size here for Hood, and just look to get up to 60, 61s if we can. All right, there's 50s looking good. $60s looking great. We're gonna hold this and see what happens. I mean, I'm not trying to risk too much with this Robinhood trade, but I think we're gonna hold over the VWAP. And so the question is, do I want to hold it down to 58, which I don't know if I do. We'll wait and see. A little bit choppy of a market. All right, there's 50s. And see if we get the pop back up here. And we're gonna just bail out there. Too much. Just made most of my money back on Apple. Currently holding 50 shares left. So I can capitalize on the rest. SPY is starting to really break down some, which is usually good. When I'm holding these type of positions. What's AMC doing today? AMC's breaking down again. Yeah, KXIN is definitely trending really, really well. Kind of watching AMD again. We're going to see what we get with it. A little bit of a Friday, slow and choppy, but we're waiting for some stuff. Should have kept attacking AMD because that one was super favorable today. Just kind of, got a little bit too much risk in there. Man, Apple has just got my number today. It keeps faking me out. What am I down today? We are down $27, so we're fine. But Apple stopped me out a few times again. And the SPY is sideways. So what we got to do right now, guys, while our loss is small, is wait for the market to break into a trend. Because at this point in time, okay, so if we look at the SPY is not trending in any specific way. It's mostly sideways. It's trying to hold the VWAP, but it's mostly sideways. So while we're waiting for that, we need the market to break out of a trend. And so we're not going to take any more mid and high cap trades until this trend breaks. Because right now, what are we? We're sideways. And so it's just not a super favorable time to trade. There's just not really much movement. And if we look at Apple, we kind of see why. Apple is mostly sideways, and this is what's been stealing our money today. Where are you? One is ripping WNE or ONE. Yeah, ONE is ripping up huge, guys. It's up to 85. 85s for ONE. Looking nice. AMD seems to be holding too. I might buy like 25 shares here. Since it's trending against the market. That's the real reason we're buying it. And maybe buying it was a bad move here. Yeah, we're out. $5 loss, pretty small. We just gotta wait here, guys. So that's what we're waiting on. All right, so the SPY looks to be breaking down. We need a little bit more confirmation here. Now, how's Trend doing? Or how's Hood doing? All right, so here's my P&L. Pretty small, light on the day, nothing crazy. We're down 37.60. I was right when I said Hood would bounce at the VWAP or hold at the VWAP. We just didn't capitalize on it. It's a Friday, guys, so y'all just be careful. Be careful with risk. Be careful with what you're trading. Not a lot of super favorable results on Friday, so you got to be very careful. Let's see Disney here. Market breaking. We got to be careful, though, because the market might bounce at the previous closing price here. That's where we got to be really careful. Man, Apple is just faking me out all day today. Apple's got my number today, man. I don't know what it is, but Apple's got my number for sure. It's certainly not trending with the market in any major way. And I'm sure we'll probably get a breakdown and a reversal, but Apple is just no good to me today. It's a Friday, though, so we just got to be careful. SPY bouncing up a little bit. We'll see if it breaks down more. scalping a little bit out of Disney on the short side. See if we can break down fully here. There we go. Scalping a little bit more out of Disney, riding that down. Here's the Disney trade if you want to see it. Nice. Cover a little bit more here. We'll see if we get this low break under 50s, which is, you know, kind of a coin flip. We might not. Scalped out of a little bit more on Disney. We might actually add to this. It just depends on how the SPY reacts here. Yes, Teddy. So most mid and high caps are going to follow the SPY to a certain extent. And so if you can catch the SPY breaking down, for instance, which is really just the S&P, then you can catch a lot of these other ones breaking down. We do have KXIN ripping up big here, guys, at 268s right now for KXIN. So KXIN making pretty big moves. You know, we're going to short a little bit more into this too, into Disney here. So we're back in with 20 shares of Disney, kind of shorting into that pop. If that makes sense. And then we're going to try to cover into the drop. There's 61s. We'll cover into a little bit more there. There's 40s looking good. There's 50. Really battling that $50 level. We just want to see a breakdown here. There's 46. Nice. We'll go ahead and cover there. It's another kind of day where we're going to have to fight to be green. I see it's not like an easy day like the last few days. We're down 35 bucks, pretty small, and we'll see what else we find. But it's certainly one of those days where we're going to kind of have to search for trades that are favorable. KXIN though, penny stocks, guys. Penny stocks ripping up big. 270s. So we might look for a little pullback to 260 here. We'll see. We'll start loading into that maybe a little bit early. Apple is doing the opposite of the market today, so it's not one that we're going to trade. Should have got that pullback. BYSI? Yeah, what's BYSI doing? BYSI looking really solid, yeah. I mean, very volatile though, so you got to be careful with it, but looking okay, you know. All right, so we're scalping a little bit more into Disney on the short side here. Holding 25 shares left, just really catching this breakdown. I think we're going to get a little bounce here, and we'll figure out what else to do after the bounce. AMC kind of pulling back to test some of those levels here. All right, so market's breaking down, which is great. Still struggling to hold down, but it is breaking on the downside. I'm just hoping it sustains that trend, that downward trend. That's all I really want. I just want it to sustain the downward trend. There we go. Still shorting into Disney attacking this downward trend pretty hard. Kind of covering on the low. See if we can break this low here. Watching the SPY, correlating with it. Trying to attack what trends we can try to find today. We're going to cover a little bit more into this. Make about $20. SPY's popping back up with 2 double bottoms here. So, you know, that's going to influence Disney probably on the upside. So you see these double bottoms that we're trying to avoid. See what happens. There's a SPY rejecting. Nice. Squeezed out of Disney a little bit. Still at the same P&L really we were. You know, nothing really changed too much. SPY just consolidating and consolidating. So I'm waiting for some type of break to happen, but small day so far. Waiting for the market to really break down here. Waiting for the SPY to break down. And I think we've been watching Disney as kind of the sympathy move, but I think we have to bail out of this pretty soon here. Yeah. Oh well, we gotta wait for the SPY to show some type of volatility, which we're just not getting today. It's a small loss, but you know, we don't want to push too hard into the no volatility. You know, SPY has been pretty sideways for the last 8 minutes at least. Hey, later, Tony. Have a good day, brother. MVST hood. Yeah, we're watching that. Yeah, MVST is ripping up, guys. So check out MVST. All right, so all right, guys. So we're just kind of hanging out here, waiting for something to find and get involved with. Watching to see if the market's going to break down under that previous closing price is really what we kind of want to see here. So if the market can break down under that previous close, then we're really talking. You know, then we're going to hopefully get some momentum that we can exploit and attack. But the market finally did a little bit of a breakdown, but we're waiting to see what happens. A bit of a rejection there. That should be good. Disney's starting to rip up really nicely here. We got BYSI that's kind of pulling back to what looks to be an okay favorable level. Like it looks to be okay. Like we're going to wait and see what happens, but it looks to be all right. It doesn't look terrible. So we're going to see what we get. I'm thinking about buying BYSI here. I'm also looking at MYST. BTBT. Maybe. Whatever happened to AMD today? So AMD's actually been really sturdy. Still looking at KXIN, guys. So here's KXIN. Sitting at 260s. I don't hate the pullback here. Like I don't hate it. I don't love it either. We're gonna see what else we can find, you know. SPY, very choppy. So y'all don't get yourself in trouble today. Very choppy SPY. We can look at AMC. I'm not really much of a scalper on AMC though. So I can't short AMC #1 on the platform I'm using. So not going to be able to short it there. And yeah, so it's just not something that I'm probably going to take, unfortunately. I'm kind of looking at KXIN a little bit. You know, kind of. We're going to see. If KXIN, we might buy a little bit here. We're just going to wait for it. AMC rejecting at that 33 level, which is no good. So yeah, we're just patiently waiting, guys. Here's the P&L today. Not crazy or anything like that. We haven't really gotten into anything else since then, but what's the SPY doing? Hey, later, James. Have a good day, brother. Hey, we'll see you later, man. Waiting for the SPY to pick a direction before we take anything else. Kind of looking at KXIN, and you know we might buy a little bit more into that, maybe. We'll have to wait and see though. Not 100% sure what I want to do with that one. SPY starts to rip up. See, I'm gonna have to pivot to penny stocks, guys, because the SPY is just not moving in any type of consistent way. It's just really, really choppy, and I don't want to give back my P&L on the week. So if we can't find anything to get involved with, I'm probably just gonna close it down. Almost. No, we still got a lot of stuff to unpack. Spac or Tanvir. Hey, don't worry about it, Sean. You'll bounce back, brother. Don't stress it, man. It's a really choppy and sideways day, to be honest. There's not a lot of favorable movement. You know, the SPY is completely sideways if we look at it. I'm kind of looking at KXIN to see if we want to move, get into that. So here's the SPY, you know, so not a ton of favorable movement, unfortunately, right now. Just kind of waiting to see what we get. My bad, guys. I've been muted for like a while now, I guess. I've been sitting here talking to myself. What do y'all think about KXI? It's trying to hold at these 260 levels. And that's kind of what I'm paying attention to it on. What do you guys think of KXIN? You know? Yeah, I had a good conversation with myself, man. Just kind of hanging out, talking to myself. You know, sometimes you got to do it. It happens to the best of us sometimes. Not really much going on here. SPY's trying to break down, but it's kind of going back and forth and back and forth. So we're just gotta sit back. I should have bought KXIN on the pullback though. Yeah. Yeah. I should have bought that 265 pullback though, man. That looked really solid. Kind of bummed out I didn't, to be honest here. You know. Oh, here. I tried to mute myself, which is why we got mixed up and I was talking to myself. So apparently I muted the music instead. Hold on. Let me throw some music in here, get some tunes playing. Can y'all hear this? Okay, so that works. Good. All right. Oh, that's why. All right. Can y'all hear that? No, you can't. There we go. All right. All right, so we're scalping Disney. I still want to see if it'll break down fully here. Currently, we are down 46 bucks on the day. Which could be worse. About a break-even week, but I mean, still, break-even week's not bad. I should have bought that KXIN dip. That's the biggest thing I'm regretting, honestly, right now. Hey, what's up, Caleb? Okay, I got you, bro. Yeah, let me check it out right now. Here, let me find it. All right, hold on. I should have bought the KXIN dip, guys. I should have done it. I talked about it. Yeah, let me check you out on Patreon right now. Man, Disney's squeezing up against me. We're gonna just jump out there. Let me check out you on Patreon, brother. I got you. There you go. I don't mind trading again today. We're down like 44 bucks. The only problem is that the market's still pretty sideways. Like, there's not really any super favorable action going on. You know, we might short back into Disney if we can, but like, here's the SPY. And the SPY is not any real direction. It's kind of sideways, kind of, but not really. And, you know, or it's kind of up, but not really. It's kind of sideways. There's just not much actually going on there. And so we might short a little bit more into Disney here and try this. 35 shares. See if we get the breakdown that we want and see if the market can actually break down like we're looking for it to. Also, remember, guys, go check out TopStep. TopStep funds traders and futures. And so if you take their demo and prove you're profitable with that demo, then they fund you in the futures market. And there's no PDT rule in futures, and you're virtually trading the SPY, the same thing that I'm basically trading right now. And there's no PDT rule. They fund you, located in the U.S., regulated in the U.S., and they pay out. I think they paid out. Let me see how much they paid out. I got an email from them yesterday that said that they paid out a ton recently. Let me see. You find the TopStep link. $2.7 million in withdrawals just in July. Oh no, never mind. 2.7 million in withdrawals year to date. So 2.7 million in withdrawal fees, or not in withdrawals, not withdrawal fees, in withdrawals. So they've paid out 2.7 million this year, 300,000 just in July for TopStep. And so they're actually paying out traders. They're funding traders in a legit way. They're paying out traders, And if you want to check out Top Step and try to get funded in those markets, I'll post this link here. Great way to help support your boy here. And again, the way it works is they're going to give you a demo. If you can hit their profit target, like the base one's 50K, if you can make 3K on that 50K demo while following their rules and conditions and stuff, then they fund you in those markets. And so, you know, if you want to check it out, here's the link. I'll post it. You can help support the channel, and certainly appreciate it if you do. Kind of capitalizing on Disney here. Again, we're down $43 on the day, so still pretty light and small, not much action. All right, so we're catching the breakdown here. Capitalizing on that some. All right, let me know how you guys are doing. Hey, will you check, will you call to make sure what time my gastro doctor is today? I know I have an appointment today. I just can't remember when it was. You're the one that signed me up for it. Okay. Yeah. All right. We're here. Just here. I'm on stream right now, so I'll talk to you about it later. All right. Love you. All right, guys. So we're still at Disney, and now that we've made a little bit of profit on this specific one, I'm thinking about adding some more to it. Up until about 177.50. So we're gonna add a little bit more into it here. And we're going to hope it rejects at that 177.50 level like we want it to. We're not taking any crazy size that's going to get us in trouble. We're just trying to, you know, kind of cover into that pop. So we're just going to see if we get a quick rejection that we can take profit into, basically. So we added on the bounce. We're trying to ride it down after a rejection of at least 177.50, hopefully. But at this point in time, it's really just following the SPY, and the SPY is incredibly choppy right now. So we'll see what happens. All right, so there's 40s. We're just going to see if this breaks down. I mean, it's such a small trade either way that, like, regardless of whether it works or doesn't, you know, it's not going to influence my P&L too much. Hold on, guys. All right, here, you're not on. All right, love you. Good day, bye-bye. Bless you. Love you, buddy. Have a good day, dude.
Love you too.
All right. Y'all have a good day, guys. Yeah, it's the Z Fold 2. I guess we could probably consider doing that. All right, guys. So again, we're trying to ride this Disney down. We scaled into 177.50, and that 177.50 level confirmed a decent amount. The SPY is just not volatile at all, unfortunately. I just want to see it break down here. We're going to cover a little bit in here just in case we bounce real quick, but riding this down. still pretty small day. SPY needs to pick a direction, which is really what we're getting stuck in. All right, so we're scalping, covering a little bit more into that. Again, we're still basically looking for that breakdown here, which is what we're catching now. So there's 21s, nice. Covering a little bit more. We'll hold the last little 15 in case we break lows. $35 down on the day, so, you know, small days we trade small. There's 19s, 17s. We use TOS, Thinkorswim. We trade a little bit of small caps, a little bit of everything, too fast. So it's a mix of a lot of different ones, you know. All right, we're going to get out there. So, you know, we made 43 bucks with Disney. We'll take that. KXIN has been the small cap that we've really been watching today. You know, currently we are down 37 bucks on the day. So a very small day. Still green on the week if this is my final loss. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, we're still waiting. We get some opportunity, that's great. But at this point in time, the SPY is just really sideways. So, you know, very sideways SPY. And, you know, usually this type of move right here on the SPY is going to cause usually this type of move on the SPY is going to cause the other mid and high caps that we're following to move up or down. You know what I mean? So now that the SPY is popping up, I'm sure we're going to see everything else move up with it. But again, we just don't have any type of momentum or trend to really attack here. Arjun said, "Yeah, I can leave the stream running all day." They're doing what for a membership for you, Run? Yeah, it's probably the right move, VWAP. Yeah, I saw it, Aaron. We'll see. I'm definitely not going to do it today. We'll see, brother. You know, we'll have to wait and see, bro. What did Apple end up doing? Apple's still moving up. Yeah, Apple's kind of moving up some. AMD is okay. But yeah, here's the P&L right now, guys. So... $37.35, not a favorable day, you know, but it's small. All right, so Disney ended up breaking down. So I guess that was a bad move getting out of it. I just don't see anything else that I really like right now. We're waiting. You know, we're waiting and trying. Hey, thank you, BWAP. No, I mean we can't really charge a membership fee, brother. You know what I mean? I'm not charging anybody for anything. You know what I mean? That's like my goal. I don't want to charge anybody for anything. So you know, hope you understand. So let me get back to the guy on Patreon. Sorry, Patreon made me do some type of device verification thingy. Really, we're watching the SPY to see if the SPY can break out of this freaking trend, man. That's all I care about. I want the SPY to break out of the trend. It's just so slow. Did I get a message? I did. Okay, let me check it out. I've been trading 4 years. SPY's still sideways. Still watching Disney. Still watching Apple. Watching AMD as well. What do you guys see? I see it, Kelly. I mean, Aaron, no offense to you, brother, and I understand why you want, you know, Benzinga for free, and I get it. Like, I get why. But you gotta understand something, man. Like, we run this stream and we don't charge a penny for any of our content. And so we're not going to start doing a membership fee just so we can start, you know, run the stream all day. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a scanner channel, to be completely honest. Like, scanner channels are fine and everything, but they're just kind of, you know, they don't actually do anything. They don't actually have a purpose. They're literally just taking a scanner, sticking it up on YouTube, and not doing anything else. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a scanner channel, and I'm certainly not going to start charging membership fees just so I can be one. You know what I mean? So I appreciate the suggestion. I'm just not going to do it, bro. So hope you understand. No, and I'm not mad at you or anything like that. I just hope you understand that that's why I'm not doing it. You know? Yeah, and the trade idea scanners, they have to give you you have to have a 30-second delay, so you're missing out on the real-time moves with trade ideas is the difference. Benzinga allows me to have a 2-second delay or a 3-second delay. It's something like that. We have like a 4-second delay or 5-second delay here, so it doesn't matter. But the point is, Benzinga is cool enough to allow me to stream with basically no delay. So yeah. Now it's a 15-minute delay? Really? No, that can't be true, Teddy, is it? They couldn't add it to a 15-minute delay. That would be absolutely nuts if they did. That would be crazy. I hope they didn't. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I don't use trade ideas much anymore, but because that's just a way to help support our free content economy. So like, yeah, you could become a member here, but it's just a way to help support us. Like, you don't get anything extra except for emojis, you know, here, which, you know, these emojis, hey, listen, you know, these are the dopest emojis around here, guys. But that's all you get for becoming a member here. It's just a way to help support the channel if you want to, and if not, it's all good both ways. But yeah, you know what I mean. That's all it is. I had somebody get mad at me. They're like, "You're charging people $4.99 becoming a member." It's like, bro, YouTube automatically gives it to me. What do you want me to do? But it's not like it's not like I'm giving people extra content for that. All of our content is free. I want to be able to say that all my content is free, that I don't charge a penny for it. And I think that's rare in the YouTube world. Did they really? They say it's still a 30-second delay. I mean, I still work with trade ideas a little bit. There we go. It is rare. You're a unicorn. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm a majestic. I am majestic. I will say that. I mean, everybody knows I'm the most majestic YouTuber around. Hood testing VWAP. Yeah, we're watching it. SPY rip it up too. So here's the SPY moving up. Kind of scalping. Disney a little bit. See if we get the breakdown. I don't know if Disney's going to break that 177 level, but that's the goal here. A twos, a ones. Cover a little bit more. We'll hold this little 25 shares. See what else we get. We're down. Look out there. $50 up on Disney here. We're just scalping little baby moves. I mean, we're down $30 right now. It's such a small day. The market's just not a really favorable one, at least. At least maybe I'm paying too much attention to the market is really what it is, because Disney's trended okay. It's been downward trending decently, Mostly because I just want to be able to be free. One, you know what I mean? Like, I just want to be a free resource and community for traders. Like, I don't want to do the charging thing. I'm not against anybody that charges. I understand, but it's just not me. You know what I mean? So there's Disney moving up. Here's Apple. I mean, Apple's what we lost the most on today, but still $41. We got KXIN that's still trying a little bit. Here's our P&L if you guys really want to see it. $30 day could be worse, guys. Could be worse. See if we hold it 280 for KXIN. I mean, this is an interesting one right here. So let's see if we actually hold that spot right there. One is ripping, ONE. Also, guys, if you want to help support me, go check out Webull. If you open up an account on Webull, you get a free stock. You deposit $100, you get another free stock. We got 0 commission, free paper trading on Webull. Get free stocks just for signing up, and you can learn to trade for free on Webull. It's one of the best parts about it. Super dope aspect of Webull, where you get to learn to trade for free. You get to practice paper trading on their platform, which is really rare. Most people charge lots of money for learning how to trade and paper trading and that stuff. 0 commission, free paper trading. They've got scanners on there as well, which are really dope scans too. So there's just a lot of favorable reasons to use Webull. Here's the link if you want to check it out and help support the channel. We do get a commission if you sign up for any of these. And so, you know, if you want to help support us, it's the easiest way to do it, guys. You get it free. We get a commission if you sign up through us. You know, like I said, everything we put out there is free on this channel. We don't charge a penny for any of our content. It's all free. It's all completely 100% free. And so if you want to help support us and show your support for the channel, you can check out both of those links and, you know, help support free trading content, which is a rarity in the world, you know, for sure. It's a rarity in the world. You don't get much of that for sure. And so, you know, definitely appreciate any support we get, guys. Appreciate the love, of course. And yeah. Watching the SPY. Hopefully the SPY might get some breakdowns here. I don't know. Disney bouncing at that previous closing price. So we're going to see if that holds maybe and breaks down or what happens there. SPY starting to break down under the VWAP, which is usually a pretty good sign. Let's just see if Disney turns red on the day. Apple's trying to break over that previous close. I should be honest trader, not even beginner. Yeah, hey, we try. Hey, telling the truth will get you hate, though. Certainly has here sometimes. You know, sometimes people would rather live in delusion than hear the truth, and that's normal. I get it. So we got a little position in Disney here. We're just going to kind of scalp in Disney as it drops and breaks these lows. I'm holding on to 45 shares just in case it makes a fuller break, but we're going to get out fast if it doesn't. And, you know, 177 will be right around our risk on the last little bit. Our entry is pretty good. So, oh, you're sorry. Now, I'm kind of tempted to add to this position too, especially if the SPY continues to break the VWAP here, since I have some cushion on at least this stock on the day. We might add one more and then just get out if it breaks 177. All right, so we're in 70 shares. Breaks 177, we're gonna get out like fully. I don't quite have the entry I want. I might want to add another 30 shares, just get a full 100. Take my swing here. Oh no, that's not the entry I wanted. Oh well. We gotta get ready though. See if we just get this breakdown on Disney. Cover a little bit more since we got into a little bit too large at the wrong entry. 75 shares left. A little bit more. Cover into that profit. See if we get a firm breakdown here. Nice, 71s. It's the previous closing price. It's a big level. I want to let it test too. So this level is the level at which this thing goes from red to green and green to red on the day. So we would love it to break down underneath this while we're at it. There we go. 7s, 60s. Take a little bit more off there. Hold the rest. Hold the rest rod. We're gonna get out here. Take the money. Hey, thank you, Mitchell, my man. Hey, I appreciate that, sir. So yeah, we are down 1486 right now. And I'm probably going to get out of here, guys. I'm probably done for the day. So y'all have a good weekend. We'll see you guys next time. Good luck. Love you all. And yeah, I appreciate the support, guys. Go subscribe to Trader Rehab. We're going to have a bunch of content that we're dropping on our channel specifically this weekend. And so if you want to see that, hit the subscribe button. Good luck. And hey, we'll see you guys next time. WRX. We got a lot of people talking about WRX, and yeah, this thing is absolutely hammering up. Honestly, I'm really tempted. Here's my P&L. Like I said, we're down $14. We're down $15. I'm really tempted to keep swinging, but you know, instead, we'll see what happens. Hey, thank you, SPAC, my man. But yeah, that's my P&L, guys. Good luck. Love you all. Have a good day. We'll see you guys next time.